Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Humphrey Bogart and Walter Huston in The Treasure of the Sierra Madre. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight's play is an exciting, dramatic story of a man's greed for gold. It was one of the really fine motion pictures of recent years, the Warner Brothers hit, The Treasure of the Sierra Madre. And tonight we present the original stars of the film, Humphrey Bogart and Walter Huston, the latter in the role that won him an Academy Award. If housewives had the equivalent of an Academy Award to bestow, I believe most of them would give that award to Lux Flakes. They're accustomed to its fine performance, and Lux Flakes keeps up the record year after year. Our stars are on stage, and here's the curtain for The Treasure of the Sierra Madre, starring Humphrey Bogart as Dobbs and Walter Huston as Howard.
First time I come up with them was in Tampico. That's a seaport town. Tampico, northeast Mexico. I was having a beer near the docks when they came in. Hot Sunday afternoon.
You a fellow American?
Yeah, that's right, mister. What do you want?
I want to know about a guy named McCormick. You ever hear of him?
Cormick? Cormick. Oh, yeah, in the oil business. That's right, oil.
Have you seen him lately? Where can we find him?
If I was you gentlemen, I'd run clear McCormick. Hires a crew to work in the oil field, see, then he never pays him off. Slick. Slick like oil.
Yeah, that's right.
I don't mean to tell me he's hooked two smart fellow Americans like you.
That's right, Pop. 6 weeks in the oil fields, 120 in the shade. Only I ain't through with Mr. McCormick. Fred C. Dobbs is going to get his wages, see?
Come on, Dobbs, let's have a beer.
I could hear him talking at the bar. Drifters, both of them. Not what you call good friends, either. Just a couple of guys that happen to wind up in Tampico. Yeah, just like me. Only difference is they're young. Yeah, I see him again that night. They came wandering in the flop house. 50 centavos for a bed. Me? I'm sitting up talking to a couple of sailors. The subject of the conversation is gold.
Hey, Pop, you mean there's gold here in Mexico?
Not 10 days from this very spot. Whole mountain of gold's waiting for the right guy to come along, discover a treasure, and then tickle her till she lets him have it. Question is, are you the right guy? Tell me something. Why is gold worth some $20 an ounce?
I don't know, Pop. Because it's scarce, I guess.
1,000 men say go searching for gold. After 6 months, one of them's lucky. 1 out of 1,000. Now, his find represents not only his own labor, but that of 999 others to boot. That's 6,000 months or 500 years scrabbling over mountains, going hungry and thirsty. An ounce of gold, mister, is worth what it is because of the human labor that went in to find the getting of it.
Yeah, never thought of it just like that.
Well, there's no other explanation, mister. You start out, you tell yourself you'll be satisfied with 25,000 handsome smackers worth of it. So help my Lord and cross my heart. Fine resolution. After months of sweating yourself dizzy and growing short on provisions and finding nothing, you finally come down to 15,000 and 10. Finally, you say, Lord, let me just find $5,000 worth and never ask for anything more the rest of my life.
Yeah, $5,000 is still a lot of dough.
Yeah, here in this joint seems like a lot, but I tell you, if it was to make a real strike, you couldn't be dragged away. Not even the threat of miserable death could keep you from trying to add 10,000 more. Get 10, you want 25. 25, you want to get 50. 50, 100. Like roulette. One more turn, always one more.
I wouldn't be that way with me.
Oh, hello, mister. You didn't find McCormick, huh?
I'll find him. But about gold, I swear it wouldn't be that way with me. I'd take only what I set out to get, even if there was still $500,000 lying around, just waiting to be picked up.
I've dug for gold all over the world. I know what gold does to a man.
You talk as if you once struck it rich. How about it, Pop?
Yeah, what are you doing in here? A down and outer.
That's the gold, mister. That's what it makes of us. Never knew prospector yet that died rich. Sure, I'm an odd old bone now, but say, don't you guys think the spirit's gone? I'm all set to shoulder a pick and shovel any time anybody's willing to share expenses.
I bet you are.
I'd rather go by myself. Going it alone's the best way. You've got to have a stomach for loneliness. On the other hand, going with a partner or two is dangerous. Murder's always lurking about. Partners accusing each other of all sorts of meanness.
So why should finding gold make a man any different? If he's the right kind of a man to start with, gold ain't going to change him.
You ever tried running her down, mister? Ever tried prospecting?
No, I ain't.
You didn't have the answer to that. Yeah, I knew that answer.
You know it all, Pop. Well, I think I'll go to sleep. and dream about piles of gold growing bigger and bigger and
A week later, I see him again, Dobbs and Curtin, all lumps and bloodied up. Looking for me they were, something to tell me. They take me to a cantina and put a bottle of beer under my nose.
bigger. We found McCormick, Pop.
Yeah, from the looks of you, found a peck of trouble, too.
Well, we got our wages. Every last penny.
Yeah, we've been thinking. Why not try digging gold for a change? Well, it ain't any riskier than waiting around here for a break. And this is the country where the nuggets of gold are just crying for you to take them out of the ground and make them shine on coins. Now the fingers and necks of swell dames. Well, that's what you said the other night, wasn't it?
Yeah, what's so funny? Living out in the open is cheaper than living in town. Our money would last longer.
Yeah, sure it would, sure. Only you have to have equipment. Ever think of that? How much that all cost?
Well, we figured we'd ask you. We ain't denying anything when you come right down to it. We don't know much about prospecting. Of course, if you wasn't so old.
Maybe I'd go with you, huh? Is that what's on your mind? You want to take me along?
Would you go?
Would I? Say, what a question. Of course I'll go. Any time, any day, out for gold. Always at your service. Well, I got 200 American bucks ready cash. Last money I got in the world. How much dough you guys got to put in?
$150. Curtin here has the same.
Total 500. Ain't hardly enough to buy the tools, weapons, and essential provisions.
What do we need guns for?
Well, for one thing, meat. For another thing, bandits. Bandit country's where we'd be going. We ought to have $600 between us.
Well, that much, huh?
Can't dig up anymore, huh?
Not a red cent.
Senor Dobbs, I look all over for you. Give me my money, senor. Give me my money.
Get away from me, will you?
Senor, you don't comprehend.
You'll comprehend a glass full of beer right in your kisser if you don't leave me alone. I tell you, I don't want any lottery tickets. Now beat it.
Lottery tickets? Well, that's for gambling men.
But always whoever wins the lucky number gives the seller a present of 10%.
Hey, wait a minute. What are you talking about?
Dobbs. He's trying to tell you he sold you the winning ticket.
Here, look, the list of all the winning numbers. You buy ticket for 5 centavos, remember? 2-3 weeks ago?
Yeah, I remember. What about it?
You win, senor. A 200 peso prize.
Oh, give me that paper. Oh, just look at that fat, rich, printed number.
You got the ticket?
Sure, I got the ticket. Oh, 200 pesos. Welcome, sweet little smackaroos. Here, son, here's a present for you with my blessing.
Go to the lottery office, senor. Get the money.
Well, congratulations.
Congratulations yourself. You stand a profit out of this the same as I do.
How do you figure that?
But did he just say we needed $600? Well, that's what we got now, ain't it?
Yes, sir. Just like that. Stroke of fate. Fortunate circumstance.
But how come you're putting up for me?
Because this is an all-or-nothing proposition. We make a find, we'll be lighting cigars with $100 bills. If we don't, the difference between what you put up and what I put up ain't enough to keep me from being right back where I was this afternoon, polishing the park bench with the seat of my pants. Put her there, pardon.
Thanks, Dobbs.
Well, gentlemen, now here's what we do. We'll take a train to Perla. That's a little town at the foot of the Sierra Madre Mountains. There, when we're there, we'll buy our burrs and get away from the railroad. No use looking for gold anywhere near a railroad. You gotta have, we gotta go where there's no trails at all. Just bandits.
Now, that sounds okay to me. Okay, partner?
Sure.
Yeah. We gotta go where no surveyor, anybody who knows anything about prospecting has ever been there before. Well, drink up, gentlemen. Drink up. We'll buy a map and some railroad tickets. Bought about half our gear there in Tampico and then took the train for Perla. About 50 miles from Perla out in the desert was a big boulder on the tracks. Bandits trying to raid the train.
Hey, they're retreating. Look, they're retreating. Look, they're riding off.
Hey, save your bullets, Mr. Dobbs. You're too far off now.
I got 3 of them. Credit me with 3. How many did you get?
Couple, I guess.
Bandits. Guess they were expected. That's how come so many federal soldiers riding on this train.
That bandit that rode right up to the train. The one with the gold hat.
Yeah, I had my sights on him nice as you please. But the train gave a jolt and I missed him. I sure wish I could have got him.
Well, you boys cooled off enough to look at this map?
Huh? Oh, sure.
Yeah, it ain't much of a map. Don't properly show whether it's mountain or desert. That shows the makers of the map themselves don't know for sure. That's good. What are you doing, Dobbs?
Why, reloading. Can't tell if them bandits may come back.
Yeah, that's right. Well, wake me up when the shooting starts.
Naco,
con una media luna arriba. Esto es lo mismo. Una con una media luna arriba, my friend.
Hey, Pop. What's he saying, the storekeeper?
He's proving he's got a right to sell us these burrs. They all got the same brand, see? Letter A. Elsewise, some native or Indian might meet up with us and claim our burrs.
I will load your supplies on the burro, senor.
Oh, thanks, son. Thanks. Yeah.
My father is much worried for you, senor.
Worried? What's he worried for?
Yeah, we paid him, didn't we?
Well, he says we're going into very wild country, jungles, and then high mountains, and tigers so big and strong they can climb a tree with a burr in their mouth.
Tigers? Here?
Yeah, more like leopards, I guess. Well, I'm glad to hear such tall tales, gentlemen. That means mighty few outsiders ever set foot there.
Yeah, well, let's get going then. Come on, kid, shake it up. We're in a hurry. Get them burrs loaded. Hey, Curtin, take it easy. This mountain climbing ain't like a walk around the block.
I'm dead. Let's sit a while.
Yeah. If there is gold in these mountains, how long would it have been here? Millions and millions of years, wouldn't it? Well, then what's our hurry? A couple of days, more or less, ain't gonna matter.
Look at the old man. Way ahead of us there.
Yeah.
You and me scared we'd have to pack him on our backs.
Yeah. That was when I took him for an ordinary human being. He's part goat. Let him climb, will you?
If I'd have known what prospecting meant, I'd have stayed in Tampico and waited for another job to turn up.
Hey, Curtin. Curtin, look. Look.
What's the matter?
These rocks. Look, these little veins running through the rocks. Look at them glitter yellow, too, like gold.
Gold? We've been sitting on a gold
Get the
mine.
water bag. Wash some of that dirt off. Hey, Howard, come back. We found something.
Yeah, we found something. Here's the water.
There's a vein all over the rock. We've struck it, Curtin. Look over there. It's in all the rocks, just like he said, a bonanza.
Howard, look. Look at these rocks.
Oh, they're full of gold, veins of gold.
Yeah, that's what you wanted to show me? Yeah. I saw it when I passed by. Gentlemen, this stuff wouldn't pay you dinner for a carload.
It ain't gold?
Pyrite, fool's gold. Oh, not there ain't plenty of the real stuff hereabouts. Walked over it 4 or 5 times already.
You mean we've been passing it up? Why?
Not enough of it. Not enough to pay us a good day's wages. Well, you figure to sit it out here all day?
Come on, Kurt, let's go.
Next time you fellas strike it rich, holler for me before it starts splashing water around. Water's precious. Sometimes it'll be more precious than gold. Get, you burro. Get, burro. That was a fine country, inspiring. Didn't see a soul, just the beasts of the jungle and birds, all bright, gay colors. Felt good, 10 years younger. Better man than either of them. Warm down to just plain gristle. Coming out, well, they just lay on the ground, puffing and groaning, too dogged out to set up and eat their beans.
I can't move. I just want to lie here.
Yeah.
Hey, ain't you guys going to eat some beans? You want some beans? Going through some mighty rough country tomorrow. You better have some beans.
Oh, shut up, Pop. Go on, eat 'em up. Let us alone.
How's your feet feel, Dobbsy? Bet you jump up like a jackrabbit was a pretty woman to stroll by. Bet your feet wouldn't bother you nothing then.
That wind. It's blowing up awful cold.
Getting cold, is it? Getting cold. Feels like a norther. Yeah. When they blow hard, they set that desert country up down there on its hind legs. We're lucky to be up here, all right.
Lucky.
Reckon there's only a couple more days of this heavy stuff. Pretty soon it'll be leveling off. Pretty soon now.
Howard, come here. A couple of more days, you said. That was 3 nights ago.
We've had enough, Howard. Dobbs and me, we want to give up.
Give up, huh?
Yeah. Leave the whole outfit right here. Go back to civilization.
Well, tell my whole grandmother. Go back to civilization. I got 2 very fine, elegant bedfellows who kick at the first drop of rain and hide the closet when thunder rumbles. My. What great prospect.
Now lay off us, Howard.
Yeah, 2 shoe clerks is what you are. 2 shoe clerks reading a magazine about prospecting for the land, gold in the land of midnight sun. South the border, west of the Rockies.
Shut your trap. Shut up or I'll smash your head flat.
Go ahead. Pick up that rock and throw it. Go ahead. If you did, you'd never leave this wilderness alive. Without me, you two would die here more miserable than rats.
Leave him alone, Dobbs. Can't you see the old man's nuts?
Nuts! Nuts, am I? Let me tell you something, my two fine bedfellows. You're so dumb there's nothing to compare you with. You're dumber than the dumbest jackass. Look at you. Look at you. Did you ever see anything you like else for being dumb specimens? You're so dumb, you don't even see the riches you're treading on with your own feet. Look at me. I'm doing a dance on a mountain of gold.
What are you talking about? This is it? There's gold here?
Yeah, well, what'd you expect to see? Nuggets of molten gold? Sure, it's here. Rich too, but not rich enough for me. Yeah, and here ain't the place to dig. It comes from someplace further up there. See? That's where we've got to go. Up there. Only I'm going alone, because my two courageous companions have agreed between themselves to desert and go back. Well, go on. Get.
I'll take one more day of it. What do you say, Kurt?
One more day won't kill us.
Yeah, change your minds, huh? Thank you, my two fine friends. You moved me to tears with your faith and trust in me. One more day, huh? Then you can follow my trail, because I'm going to be camping there tonight.
This is it, Howard? This stuff right here?
Yeah, this is it, all right.
Gold. Sure don't look like I thought it would.
It's just sand. That's just sand.
Yeah, it's just like plain sand. It don't glitter. I thought it would glitter.
Oh, it'll glitter when it's refined. But that's another guy's job. Yeah, you got to know how to recognize it. That ain't all. Not to find it, not by a long shot. You got to know how to tickle her so she'll come out. Yeah, it's mighty rich, this sand. It'll pay good.
How good?
Oh, about 20 ounces a ton.
It's some $20 an ounce.
How many tons can we handle in a week?
Depends on how hard we work. Well, we better pitch our camp down the mountain a bit.
Why do that when the gold is here?
In case anybody happens by, bandits or soldiers chasing bandits or Indians, or a pretty woman out for a stroll. In that case, we'll tell them we're hunters. And maybe we'll get away with it, maybe.
Hunters? Wouldn't it be easier just to file a claim?
Easier, maybe, but not so profitable. Wouldn't be no time till an emissary from one of those big mining companies would be right up here with a paper in his hand, showing us we had no right to be here. Well, how does it feel, you fellers, to be men of property?
I'm sorry about the fuss we kicked up, Pop. Guess we was pretty dumb.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we made it, and we're here. Men of property, what do you know?
Yeah. Everything's going to be all right from now on, huh? Everything's going to be fine.
Sure it is. Why not?
Why not? Why not? Well, we'll find out, won't we, Dotsy? Yeah, we'll find out.
Our stars will return in a moment with Act Two of The Treasure of the Sierra Madre.
Say, John, do you know what color stockings are the greatest headache to photograph?
Oh, skin tones?
No, black.
Well,
The wardrobe people at Warner Brothers were telling me that the black opera-length nylons Joan Crawford wears in Flamingo Road had to be washed ever so carefully. You see, the camera picks up the slightest imperfections.
they looked wonderful, I remember. So I strongly suspect Lux Flakes.
Naturally. Hollywood studios depend on these tiny diamonds. They're so fast and so rich, they freshen nylons safely in no time.
Hollywood's way is the same care millions of girls give their nylons.
Well, smart girls realize that it's foolish to risk strong soap or cake soap rubbing. These things make stockings go into runs in short order. Strain tests prove it. Prove that stockings washed with Lux Flakes last twice as long.
And what a help that is when you give stockings hard wear.
Well, Joan's nylons got a good workout in Flamingo Road.
That deliberately corny dance she does is magnificent.
Sidney Greenstreet will tell you that she packs quite a haymaker, too. He took it on the chin in one of their violent scenes together.
And Zachary Scott, as the weakling Joan really loves, makes a wonderful contrast.
Joan does a very convincing job, too, as a carnival girl who fights her way up the social ladder. But you know, I was thinking afterwards that no matter how much money she had, she couldn't find a better, safer care for her costliest nylons than Lux Flakes. And they're within the reach of every girl.
That's true. It's no wonder over 90% of the makers of stockings recommend Lux Flakes. Here's our producer, William Keeley.
Act 2 of The Treasure of the Sierra Madre, starring Humphrey Bogart as Dobbs and Walter Huston as Howard.
Oh, for a month we didn't mind a grain of ore. There were things to do first, setting up camp, corral for the birds, and a sluice way out the creek to wash out the gold. Finally, the time come when we weighed our first stake of the treasure.
How much, Howard? How much you figure we got?
Oh, about $5,000 worth, I reckon.
That's not bad. When do we start dividing it up?
Why divide it now? When the time comes, we're all going back together.
I'm for dividing as we go along. Make each guy responsible for his own goods.
Well, I just soon have it that way. I haven't liked the responsibility of guarding your treasure any too well.
Who asked you to, Pop?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you never asked me. Only I thought I was the most trustworthy of the three.
You? How come?
I said trustworthy. As far as being honest, well, no one can say.
I don't get it.
All right, suppose you were charged with taking care of the goods. One day I'm deep in the brush and Curtin's on his way to the village to get provisions. That'd be your big chance to pack up and leave us in the cold.
Only a guy that's a thief at heart would think me likely to pull a stunt like that.
Well, right now it wouldn't be worth your while, but, when the pile has grown, yes, sir. Think of such things you will.
Yeah? How about yourself?
Oh, me? Well, I'm not quick on the feet any longer. You fellas are a lot tougher than when we started out. Yeah, you'd have me strung up in no time. That's why I think I'm the most trustworthy.
Well, looking at it that way, I guess you're right. But let's do like Dobbs says, divide the proceeds every night.
Well, by me, gentlemen. Then each one of us will have to hide his share of the treasure from the other two, huh?
Well, why not?
Having done so, he'll have to be forever on the watch to see that his hiding place is not discovered.
What a dirty, filthy mind you got.
Oh, no, not dirty, baby. Only I know what kind of ideas even supposedly decent people get when gold's at stake. All right, Curtin, hand me them weighing scales. Here she goes, boys, 3 ways.
Venison stew. Sure tastes good, Pop. Where's Dobbs?
He ate before.
Alone?
Yeah.
Tell me something, Pop. What are you going to do with all your hard-earned money?
Oh, I reckon I'll settle down some quiet place, get me a little business, hardware, grocery store, spend the better part of my time reading comic strips and adventure stories. One thing's for sure. I'm not going prospecting again.
Well, what's all that about?
Oh, we're just jawing, Dobbsy, telling each other what we'll do when we get back.
Me? I got it all figured. First off, I'm going to get a brand new set of duds, a dozen of everything. And I'm going to a swell cafe. Order everything on the bill of fare, and if it ain't just right, and even if it is, I'm going to ball out the manager and make him take it all back.
What's next on the program?
Well, what would be?
You know what? We ought to put up some kind of a limit on our take. Agree now that when we get so much, well, we'll just pull up stakes and beat it.
What kind of a limit?
Oh, say $25,000 worth for each man.
25,000. Small potatoes, 50 anyway. 75 would be more like it. I'm young. I need dough and plenty of it.
No use making hogs of ourselves.
Hog, am I? Maybe you don't know it. I'd be within my rights if I demanded half again as much as you get.
How come?
Well, I put up the lion's share of the cash, didn't I?
Well, so you did, Dobbsy. I always meant to pay you back.
In any civilized place, the biggest investor gets the biggest return, don't he?
That's one thing in favor of the wilds.
Oh, not that I intended to demand it, but I'd be within my rights if I did. So next time you go calling me a hog, just remember what I could have done if I'd wanted to. It's funny, ain't it, Pop? Yeah, real funny. Catch me sleeping, huh? I'm not that dumb. Day them guys try to put anything over on me, it'll be a costly one for both of them. Any more lip out of them, and I'll let them have it. You know what's good for you? You don't monkey around with Fred C. Dobbs.
What'd you say, Dobbs?
Huh? Oh, nothing.
You better look out. Bad sign when a guy starts talking to him.
Yeah? Well, who else am I going to talk to? Certainly not to you or Curtin. And don't get the idea you two are putting anything over on me. I know what your game is.
Well, you know more than I do.
So why am I elected to go to the village tomorrow? Why me instead of you or Curtin? Time I'd be gone, give you plenty of chance to discover where I hid my goods, wouldn't it?
You got any fear along those lines? Why don't you take your goods with you?
And run the risk of having it taken from me by bandits?
They'd kill you anyway, Dobbsy. Just for the sport of it.
So that's it. You're hoping bandits will get me. That'd save you two a lot of trouble, wouldn't it?
All right, Dobbs. Forget about it.
Hell, I ain't going to the village, see? You can go back and tell that to Curtin.
Okay, partner. I'll tell him. So Curtin went down to the village for provisions. He was all stirred up coming back. There were soldiers in the village chasing bandits. That wasn't all. He met up with an American, a fellow named Cody.
And he kept pumping me. Followed me into the store. Wanted to know what I was doing here.
What'd you tell him?
I said I was a hunter, a professional hunter. Kept asking me, did I see anything up here that looked like gold?
Shook him off, Curtin? Got rid of him, huh?
I couldn't. He followed me.
You sure he trailed you?
Yeah, I'm sure.
What makes you so positive?
Because every time... Because if you turn around, you can see for yourself. There he is.
Hello.
All right, you. Walk over here to the fire.
I guess I'm not wanted, huh? I just couldn't resist the chance to sit around and jaw with an American.
Now, don't make any mistake, mister. We got no use for you. We're full up. No vacancies. Go back where you came from. Take our blessing with you.
Thanks.
Hungry, mister? Go on, help yourself.
Yeah. Go ahead. We don't want a guy to starve to death. Tonight you're our guest, see? But tomorrow morning, look out. No trespassing. Beware of the dogs. Get it? I got a few hides while you were gone, Curtin. 5 foxes and a tiger.
How are the skins?
Pretty good.
Excuse me for butting in. But there's no wild game around here worth going after.
Yeah, you're right, mister. You're right. That's why I've made up our minds to clear out.
Yet it might be pretty good ground for something else.
I told you in the village there's no gold around here.
My boy, if there'd been one single ounce of it, I'd have smelled it, believe me.
Then you're not as smart as you appear to be.
Gold, huh? It gives me an idea. Guess I'll sleep on it, gentlemen.
Yeah, me too. See you in the morning, Cody.
Sorry there's no room in our tent. If you want to, you can roll up here by the fire.
Oh, that's fine. Thanks. Thanks a lot.
I can't figure him out. Is he wise to us or not?
Now, you guys go to sleep. I'll be watchdog for a couple of hours, and then you and Dobbs can take your turns.
You got a gun handy?
Yeah, right here.
Okay.
Didn't get much sleep last night, did you, friend?
That's fact, we didn't.
Well, let's lay our cards on the table right now, huh? You found gold here, I know it. And because I know it, you'll have to do one of 3 things.
Now, look who's telling us what we got to do.
One of 3 things. Kill me, run me off, or take me in as a partner.
Partner? Why,
Now, let's consider the first. If you start killing people, just how far are you prepared to go with it? Another guy may come along tomorrow.
Not much we'd stop at, mister, to protect our interests.
I only say that killing me isn't the answer. As for choice number 2, you run me off, and I might very well inform on you. 25% of your gold is the reward I'd get.
It's a pretty strong argument in favor of killing you.
Yeah, I don't deny it. But take me in as a partner, and you don't lose anything. I'm not asking for a share of what you've made so far, only in the profits to come. Think it over. I'll be looking after my borrowed.
Well, Howard?
Yeah. Send them away is out of the question.
Fred C. Dobbs ain't a guy who likes being taken advantage of. We got no real choice at all. Bump him off.
What do we gain by killing him? I don't mind being taken some advantage of as long as there ain't no money out of my pocket.
And whoever else happens along, they're to be invited in too. Come one, come all, huh?
You got a point there, Dobbsy. No question about that. But to kill a man.
What's the matter? Ain't you up to it?
Sure, I'm up to it. Let the majority decide. What do you say, Curtin? For or against?
Well, for or against?
For.
Okay. We'll make it short and sweet for him. Stand right where you are, Cody.
Guns, huh? Gonna shoot me, huh?
Yeah. You convinced us.
Before you start shooting, you better take a look down there in the valley. There's some men coming on horses.
Oh, so that's your stinking game. I knew you was an informer. I knew it all the time.
Now, you're wrong, brother. This means all our funerals.
Yeah, they're bandits, gentlemen. About a dozen of them.
Someone at the village must have told them about the American hunter up here.
Well, we better start thinking of a way to defend ourselves. We could try hardening the rocks, but then we'd lose the burrs and the whole outfit. No, the best thing for us to make a fight of it.
Is it you three against them or us four?
For now, I guess it's us four.
Yeah. We'll settle your case later.
If you're alive.
He's got something there, Dobbsy. That's right. If we're alive. Ben has turned out to be Gold Hat and his boys. Same crowd that held the train on the way up to Perla. They spotted us, all right. Started pouring it on us. And all at once they turned and took off. Didn't make sense. And when we saw why, far down the mountain, hot on their trail, was maybe 50 soldiers, federales. We just stood there watching them shoot it out, half a mile below us.
Look at them federales. Sick 'em tight, chew 'em up and swallow 'em. Oh, boy, am I happy. Ought to tell you the truth, I was already eating dirt.
You better stay covered, Dobbsy. If them soldiers start spreading out, we may have company after all.
Yeah. Get down, Curtin.
Come here, you guys. Looks like the bandits settled our problem. Cody's dead.
What do you mean he's dead?
Take a look.
Bullet. Right through his neck.
I wonder who he was. Maybe we better go through his pockets. Maybe he's got folks somewhere.
Here's his wallet, Pop. James Cody, Dallas, Texas.
Yeah, and a picture. A girl, a little kid. Guess she's his wife, huh?
Oh, it's not bad. Well, I guess we better dig a hole for him. Funny how it's all worked out. We didn't have to shoot him after all.
Gentlemen, if you asked me, I'd say it's about time we considered leaving this mountain.
How much gold do you figure we got?
Upwards of 35,000 apiece, and I'll tell you what, we ought to be plenty thankful.
Well, let's call it quits then. The sooner the better.
Take another week to put the mountain back in shape.
Do what to the mountain?
We've wounded this mountain. It's our duty to close her wounds. It's the least we can do for all the wealth she's given us. If you guys don't want to help me, then I'll do it alone.
You talk about a mountain like it was a real woman.
You've been a lot better to me than any woman I ever knew. Keep your shirt on, old-timer. Sure, I'll help you.
6 days later, we loaded the gold on the burrs and little canvas bags and started down. Late that afternoon, pushing through the brush, we walked straight into a bunch of Indians. I don't know where they come. Peaceful, all right, friendly. But they wanted help.
What do you mean, help? What kind of help?
They've been heading for Durango. Seems like a little boy in their village fell into the river. They fished him out, but he won't come to. He ain't dead, but they say he just won't come to.
Well, that's tough.
All they want me is to go back to the village with them. Ain't far. Maybe I can do something.
Why?
Was I to refuse them? They'd make me go. I'll be back soon, before morning, probably.
And if you're not?
I'm leaving my burrs with you. Look after my goods till I get back.
It's okay, Pop. We'll wait for you here.
No use arguing. Sorry, gentlemen. I got to go back again to the village.
Yeah, but you just said you fixed the kid. You said he was cured.
Yeah, fixing the kid was simple. Artificial respiration, a few Boy Scout tricks. But they say I got to visit them with, well, I got to go with them. Their gods will be angry if they don't show their gratitude to me.
Tell them to forget it. They don't owe us a thing.
I tried, just made them mad. Well, that's them over there waiting for me.
I'll handle this. Sabe, hombre. No puta quedar. No.
Hey, now, wait a minute. Don't you touch your gun. Don't touch your gun or we'll be scalped in half an hour.
El señor no importa. El doctor sí importa.
Now, what's he saying now?
Well, he says it makes no difference about you guys, but I've got to go back with him.
Oh, it's like that, huh?
Yeah.
They just want you.
Looks like it.
Well, go on then. We'll meet in Durango.
Well, what about my goods?
Take them with you.
If they found out, they might forget he was their honored guest and bump him off, huh, Pop?
Well, what'll I do? Dump them out here on the ground?
We'll take them with us if you want us to.
Well,
any better ideas, Pop?
I reckon that's about the only solution.
I'll bet you remember this the next time you try to do a good deed.
Don't worry, Pop. Good luck.
Yeah, we'll be lonesome without you, Pop. Look out for those Indian dames. One of them squaws might marry you.
Yeah, maybe I'll do just that. Pick me out a good-looking squaw and marry her. They're easy to dress and feed and entertain. Well, so long, partners. See you in Durango. And so I left them and went back to the Indians. No choice. I had to go. And behind me, in the keeping of Curtin and Dobbs, was my share of the treasure. $35,000. I knew they'd have a time of it. Just as hard going down them mountains as was going up.
I'm stopping here for the night. You hear me, Curtin? I'm stopping here.
It's early yet. We can make 4 or 5 miles before dark.
Well, go on, then. Take his burros with you. Ain't my responsibility.
Since when?
Give us nothing but trouble for 2 days. Straying off trails, smashing their packs against the rocks. He knew what he was doing when he turned them over to us. Mighty cute of him, wasn't it?
So you're staying here for the night, huh?
Yeah, you heard me.
Well, if you can't go any further.
Who says I can't? It don't make me laugh. I go 4 times as far as a mug like you, but I don't want to. I could if I want to. I want to, but I don't want to. See, Mug?
What's the use of hollering, Dobbsy? Okay, we'll camp here.
How far do you suppose the railroad is from here?
Well, it's hard to say. We'll reach the high pass in 2 days more and get fresh water. After that, I don't know. What's a joke, Dobbsy?
I was just thinking what a bonehead play that old jackass made when he put all his goods in our keeping. Figured he'd let us do his sweating for him, did he? Well, we'll show him.
We'll show him what?
Can't you see it's all ours now? We don't go back to Durango at all. Nowhere near Durango.
Steal his goods?
Where'd you ever grow up? Sure. Take his goods and go north. Leave the old jackass flat.
Now, look, you don't really mean that.
Fred C. Dobbs don't say nothing he don't mean.
As long as I can do anything about it, you won't take a single grain of the old man's goods.
So you want to take it all for yourself and cut me out?
Why, you're out of your head. I'm on the level with the old man, same as I'd be with you.
Oh, sure. For a long time I've had my suspicions about you, and now I know I've been right.
What suspicions?
Bump me off. Bury me out here in the brush like a dog.
Oh, you're crazy, Dobbs. You're out.
And you'd have not only the old man's good, but mine in the bargain. You'd have yourself a big laugh, wouldn't you? Thinking how dumb the old man and I were. Put your hands up, Curtin. Go on, put your hands up.
Dobbs.
Was I right or was I right? Go on, stand up, get on your feet and take it like a man. Trying to put one over on Fred C. Dobbs.
Pull a gun on me, huh? Pull a gun on me. Only now I got the gun and you listen to me.
Go on. Pull the trigger.
Oh, Dobbsy, look, you're all wrong. I never intended to rob you.
If you really mean that, then give me back my gun.
Look, wouldn't it be better the way things are to split up? I mean now, tonight.
Yeah, that would suit you fine, wouldn't it? So you could fall on me from behind, shoot me in the back.
All right, then. I'll go first.
And wait for me on the trail. Ambush me.
If I meant to kill you, why wouldn't I do it here?
Because you're yeller. You're yeller. You haven't got the nerve to pull the trigger when I'm looking you straight in the eye.
You really believe that, don't you?
Jokes. Full of jokes.
Well, then we won't separate. We'll go on together. And every day you'll take the trail right ahead of me, and every night I'll tie you up.
I'll tell you what, Kurt. I'll make you a little bet. 3 times 35 is 105. I'll bet you $105,000 you go to sleep before I do. How long can you go without sleeping, Curtin? 2 days? 3? 4? Whatever it is, I can go longer, see? And the day you fall down on the trail, that's the day that Fred C. Dobbs wins his bet. $105,000. Yeah, just like I said, Curtin, you couldn't take it, could you? Fell asleep, didn't you? Who wins the bet? Who wins the bet?
The old man will catch up with you. He will.
Oh, he will he? Well, I got an answer for that one, too. I'll tell him you tied me to a tree, that you stole all the goods, yours, mine, and his. So he'll be looking for you, Curtin, not for me. And a fat chance he's got of finding you. So long, partner.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
During this brief intermission before Act 3 of The Treasure of the Sierra Madre, I'd like to introduce a most promising young player, blue-eyed Claudia Barrett. Do you find it all work and no play on the Warner Brothers lot, Claudia?
No, indeed, Mr. Keeley. In fact, watching a Technicolor picture like My Dream Is Yours being made is entertainment in itself. I've been humming the songs ever since.
And fine entertainment it is. You know, Jack Carson is a radio talent huckster, and Doris Day as a singer are delightful.
It's especially good fun when Lee Bowman gives Jack some real competition for Doris's affection.
You know, so many places of local interest are featured. Los Angeles people should feel right at home.
And the clothes in My Dream Is Yours. They're really dreamy. Doris wears some pink crepe pajamas with a matching quilted robes. They're out of this world.
You mean they're not for a workaday world?
No, that's what surprised me. The designer told me that the crepe they were made of is definitely washable. Oh, with Lux Flakes, that is.
I'm glad you added Lux Flakes, Claudia, because wrong washing methods could easily spoil the delicate color.
I know that, Mr. Kennedy. I play safe and stick to Lux Flakes for my nice things.
Good girl. Well, you know, scientific tests prove that slips and nighties washed with Lux Flakes stay color fresh 3 times as long. These tiny diamonds are really amazing. They burst into suds the instant water touches them. Thick, active suds that leave undies sweet and fresh in no time. Yet they leave colors lovely.
I guess they were gentle because they're so wonderful on my hands.
You can believe your hands, Claudia. Mild Lux Flakes are safe for anything safe in water. They're another fine product of Lever Brothers Company. Thank you for coming tonight, Claudia Barrett. We return you to William Keeley.
The curtain rises on the third act of The Treasure of the Sierra Madre, starring Humphrey Bogart as Dobbs and Walter Huston as Howard.
Yeah, I left Dobbs and Curtin on the trail with all my goods and gone to the village of the Indians. They couldn't do enough for me. Food, drink, pretty little girls to brush flies off me. Yes, sir, old man Howard is a regular mogul. Real potentate. Then some of their hunters came in from the brush. They were carrying a man. Curtin it was. Curtin, with 2 bullet holes in him.
Dobbs did it, Howard. Dobbs.
Yeah, made off with our goods, huh?
How could he be such a bad shot? He left me there. He thought I was dead.
Now, take it easy, son. Take it easy. You're talking too much.
Don't worry about me. I'll pull out of this if only to get that guy.
Well, I reckon I can't blame Dobbs too much.
What do you mean?
Well, Dobbs ain't a real killer as killers go. I think he's honest the next fella, or almost. Big mistake was leaving you 2 fellas alone in the wilderness. Mighty big temptation, partner, believe me.
Dobbs shot me down in cold blood. He shot me a second time just to make sure.
A man goes crazy with that much wealth in his reach. Maybe if I'd have been young, been out there with either one of you, I might have been tempted too. Well, Curtin, nothing to do but set out after him.
A couple of days, I'll be okay.
Yeah, but not for chasing down a mountainside.
The Indians, they could loan us horses.
That's why I figure I'll catch Dobbs. He'd go as far and as fast as a man can, but alone, with them burrs and on foot.
I'm going with you.
Give me 10 days, 2 weeks, and I'll come back for you.
I'm going with you.
Look at you. You're weak as a newborn kitten. Don't worry. I'll look after our interests.
I'm still going.
Yeah? I reckon you're going. Some of the Indians came with me. Said they had to protect me. I tried to figure out what I'd do as I'm Dobbs's boots. I tried to make time. I'd sacrifice anything for time, sleep, rations, even water.
Otro burrito muerto, señor. El tercer con la marca de la letra.
Howard, what have they found?
Another dead burro. Dobbs is really driving. That's the 3rd burro he's killed off.
I don't like this wind. Dust blowing like this cover up his trail.
Yeah, it might blow like this for days. Fills a man's lungs with dust. Burns him out like pure poison.
We're not going to stop, are we? Dobbs won't stop.
We'll keep going. He'll be running out of water soon.
We were going to fill up at the high pass.
Yeah. When he went north, my friends say water's mighty scarce in the north. They say something else, too, Curtin.
Yeah?
Yeah. Gold Hat and a couple of his pals escaped the Federales. They're on foot. They passed here just a day before Dobbs.
There he is, amigo, see? At the mud hole. One man and 6 burros trying to squeeze water out of the mud hole.
Aye, 6 burros.
Shoes he wears, see? Shoes.
I see the 3 of us have a little fun, huh? Jewelry too, maybe, huh? Come on, we say hello to our friend.
Water. I made it. Town can be far off now. A road. That's a road over there. Just one more day and...
Oiga, amigo.
What? What do you want?
Senor, we are 3 poor men in rags. Cigarettes? You have cigarettes, maybe?
No, I haven't. I got a little tobacco, so that'll do.
He's got a little tobacco.
No paper to roll it in?
Paper? Yeah, here.
Going into Perla, amigo?
Yeah, I gotta sell my burros. I gotta get some money.
Matches. Or cigarette.
Match, yeah. Here.
Your handshakes, amigo. You sick, maybe?
Sick? No, I ran out of water. I'm all right now. I could use a good burro driver, maybe 2 or 3.
Burro drivers,
Yeah, I'll pay when we get to town. I'm a hunter. See all those hides?
Hey, did I know you from someplace? Maybe I know you, huh?
No, I don't think so.
You are all alone, a poor, lonely man?
No, I'm not alone. I got a couple of friends coming along. They ought to be here any minute.
Let me look at your face. Sure, I know I've seen you before. Up in the mountains. The guy in the rocks before the Federales chase us.
You're crazy. I never seen you till now.
You don't remember me? Me with the yellow sombrero, the gold hat? But then you tell a lie.
No,
So you have a load of hides on the burros, huh?
Yeah, like I said, I'm a hunter.
Ought to bring lots of money, huh? All these hides?
Now get away from them. Get away from them hides.
We can sell these burros, too.
Hey, what's these? The little cloth bags filled with something. Hey, give me a knife. I think I look in the little bag.
You touch those bags and I'll kill you.
Hey, it's some kind of joke. Nothing in this bag, only sand, dirt. All the little bags got only sand.
Get out of here. Clear out before
A pistol, huh? For you can't even frighten a sick louse with that. You can only shoot one of us before the other 2 jump on you. And that one wouldn't mind too much because the Federales are after him anyway.
Stand back there.
Hey, with the rock! I hit him with the rock!
His shoes? I'm gonna get his shoes?
Finish him off. Come on, finish him.
How you feeling, Curtin?
I'm all right.
Town is over the hill there, Perla. We're almost there.
But will Dobbs be there?
Yes, sir. That's the question, all right.
Shooting.
Yeah. Kind of like a volley. Sound seemed to come from the town.
Miranda, señor. Quizás los federales encontraron bandidos.
Sí, Federales. Execution, probably. Well, we'll know about it pretty soon now. Looks like we guessed it all right, Curtin. Execution, 3 bandits. Storekeeper here says that one of them was Gold Hat. They finally got him.
Y eso no es todo, señor.
He says that's not all.
Look, we better keep after Dobbs.
Yo tengo malas noticias, señor. Su compañero.
Bueno, amigo.
Su compañero fue matado a sangre fría por los 3 bandidos.
He's dead, Curtin. Dobbs is dead.
Dead?
Yeah, those bandits.
But our goods. What does he say about our goods?
¿Dónde están nuestras cosas?
Aquí, señor. Yo tengo todo aquí, incluyendo los burritos. Están detrás de la tienda.
He says he's got everything. This way, Curtin, the back of the store.
It's not here, Howard. The gold's gone. Everything else is here but the gold.
Keep your shirt on. Senor.
¿Qué pasa, señor?
¿Sabe algo sobre unas costelitas? Muy posadas?
No, senor, no. De eso no son nada.
Well, says everything the bandits had is right here.
Senor, you asked my father about some little canvas bags?
Yeah. Where are they?
Costalitos, ma de qué habla, hijo?
Un momento, Papa. I do not know where the bags are, senor, but I heard the bandits talking in the jail. They said the senor whom they killed had canvas bags with sand in them. Many, many bags on the burros.
Well, where are they? Where did they kill the American?
At the water hole by the ruined wall, outside the town.
Can you take us there?
Oh, yes, senor. Right away.
Here's another one, Howard. Empty. The bags are all empty. They're cut open and empty. Keep looking. Keep looking.
Yeah, they're all... Yeah, they're empty, all right. Another couple of hours in this wind and we wouldn't even find the bags. Swept away and buried under the dust of the earth.
But what happened?
Bandits. Them miserable, stupid, ignorant bandits. Stole Dobbs' shoes, took the shirt off his back, and threw away $105,000 worth of gold because they thought it was sand.
Well, then it must be here on the ground somewhere.
Here in this wind? Ha! Ha 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 ha! It's a great joke, Curtin, old boy. It's a great joke. Played on us by the Lord or fate or nature, whatever you prefer. But whoever or whatever played it certainly had a sense of humor. The gold is gone, Curtin. Gone back the way we found it.
Gone. It's all gone. Dobbs is dead and the gold is gone.
This joke is worth 10 months of suffering and labor, this joke is.
Look at the Indians. They're laughing too, only they don't know what they're laughing at.
That's our own private joke, Curtin, old boy.
Well, Howard, what next, I wonder?
As far as I'm concerned, I'm all fixed. I'll go back with the Indians, be a medicine man. 3 meals a day, 5 if I want them, roof over my head and a drink every now and then to warm me up. I'll be worshipped and fed and treated like a high priest for telling people things they want to hear. Good medicine men are born, not made. Come and see me sometime, my boy. You'll take your head off when you see how respected I am. Yeah, I'm all fixed up for the rest of my natural life. How about yourself? What are you aiming to do?
I haven't got any idea.
You're young yet. Got plenty of time to make 3 or 4 fortunes for yourself.
You know, I'm really no worse off than I was back in Tampico. I'm out a couple of $100 when you come right down to it. Not very much compared to what Dobbsy lost.
Any special place you're bent on going?
No. All places are the same to me.
Tell you what, you keep my share of what the burrs and the hides will bring, and if you use the money to buy a ticket to Dallas, see Cody's widow. Better than writing. Tell her what happened.
Okay, Pop. I'll go to Dallas.
Hey, you son, come here.
Yes, senor?
Tell your father to give this man all the hides and burrs. They're all his now. I'm going off with the Indians.
Yes, senor. I will tell him.
Well, I guess I'll round up my heathen brethren and we'll be on our way. Bye, Curtin.
Bye, Howard.
Good luck.
Same to you.
Our stars will return for their curtain calls in a moment. Now, dishwashing can be a chore if you use the wrong kind of suds. But when you change to Lux Flakes for dishes, you'll feel like singing.
Lux Diamonds do so much for you. They make dishwashing fly. Suds fast and rich, clean every dish in the twinkling of an eye.
Get Lux Diamonds to dishpan hands farewell. Wash dishes often as you like. Your pretty hands won't tell.
Are your hands rough and red from using strong soaps in the dishpan? Then change to gentle Lux Flakes. You'll be amazed how soon your hands will be soft and smooth again. These tiny diamonds of Lux speed up dishwashing, too. Burst into suds in a jiffy. And they go further. Tests prove that ounce for ounce, Lux Flakes wash up to twice as many dishes as any of 10 other leading soaps.
You'll ever bless the thriftiness of gentle, mild Lux Flakes. Suds last so long you'll sing this song. Wash dishes with Lux Flakes.
Get Lux Diamonds to dishpan hands farewell. Wash dishes often as you like. Your pretty hands won't tell.
Here's Mr. Keeley with our stars.
For drama that rates the applause of this audience, our thanks go to this evening's stars. And here they are, Humphrey Bogart and Walter Huston.
Thank you, Bill. You know, there's not much glamour available for this curtain call.
Don't look at me, Bogey. That's your department.
all the glamour in my family is home looking after the baby, Walter.
Well, we'll settle for a man that's just won an Academy Award. Walter, it must have been a double thrill to win your Oscar the same night your son John won his for direction and the screenplay of the same picture.
Yes, I was very proud at that moment, Bill. You see, a long time ago, I told my son that if he ever became a director, to please find a good part for his old man.
I'm going to speak the same lines to my son, Stephen, tonight. In another 30 years, maybe he'll do the same for me.
Well, you know, to help things along, we've got a supply of Lux Flakes over there in the wings. You can take it home to him.
Thanks very much, Bill. He's the boy that can use it.
Hey, Bill, what are you producing next week?
Well, it's a musical hit with a thrilling story. The 20th Century Fox picture, When My Baby Smiles at Me. And the stars, well, who else could they be but Betty Grable and Dan Daly? That's all anybody needs to know, that next week we'll have the wonderful team of Betty Grable and Dan Daly.
Hey, that sounds like standing room only. Well, good night, Bill.
Good night.
Good night. And that applause says it all. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Betty Grable and Dan Daly in When My Baby Smiles at Me. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Humphrey Bogart is currently starring in his own Santana production, Knock on Any Door. Heard in tonight's cast were Frank Lovejoy as Curtin, Gerald Moore as Cody, Don Diamond as Goldhat, and Bill Johnstone, Jimmy Ogg, Jack Petruzzi, Charles Latour, Jack Crucian, Jay Novello, Eddie Marr, and Johnny McGovern. Our play was adapted by S.H. Barnett, and our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear When My Baby Smiles at Me, starring Betty Grable and Dan Daly. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
By the rude bridge that arched the flood, their flag to April's breeze unfurled, here once the embattled farmers stood and fired the shot heard round the world. The foe long since in silence slept, alike the conqueror silence sleeps, and time the ruined bridge has swept down the dark stream.
You are listening to the voice of Helen Hayes reading the Concord Hymn by Ralph Waldo Emerson, a page from this Sunday's edition of Anthology. This is Fleetwood. Each Sunday at 1, WRCA, in cooperation with the Poetry Center of the YM and YWHA, 92nd Street and Lexington Avenue in Manhattan, brings you transcribed Anthology, a selection of readings from poets past and present, and the music to accompany their poetry. This week, poetry for Memorial Day, 1955. Our guests, Helen Hayes, Walter Huston, and Claude Rains. Tomorrow, America celebrates Memorial Day 1955. Originally called Decoration Day, the holiday was inaugurated on May 30th, 1868 by General John J. Logan, commander of the Grand Army of the Republic. Since then, it has grown greatly in importance, in national feeling, until today, Memorial Day is a day upon which we pay tribute not only to our honored dead of all the wars on the battlefields of the world, but to the heroes of the air, and the men who gave their lives in the name of liberty upon the seven seas. Today, on Anthology, we'd like you to listen to a series of poems solemnly dedicated to our common belief that these dead shall not have died in vain, and to the nation for which they gave the last full measure of devotion. Miss Hayes opens our program with a beautiful and touching poem by Ralph Waldo Emerson. Here is the Concord Hymn.
By the rude bridge that arched the flood, their flag to April's breeze unfurled, here once the embattled farmer stood and fired the shot heard round the world. The foe long since in silence slept, alike the conqueror silent sleeps, and time the ruined bridge has swept down the dark stream which seaward creeps. On this green bank by this soft stream, we set today a votive stone, that memory may their deed redeem when, like our sires, our sons are gone. Spirit that made those spirits dare to die and leave their children free, bid time and nature gently spare the shaft we raise to them and thee.
Each war has given to our nation's anthology of great poetry a poem which seems to stand as a living symbol of that tragic era. One of the best known and best loved of all memorial poems was written by Walt Whitman as a tribute to the death of Abraham Lincoln at the close of the Civil War, a poem which even today still retains its original beauty and pathos. Walter Huston reads, "O Captain, My Captain," in which Whitman compares the nation to a ship tossed upon stormy seas, and Lincoln as the captain who has brought the vessel safely to shore, only to die before he reaches port. Here is Walter Huston.
Oh, Captain, my Captain, our fearful trip is done. The ship has weathered every wreck. The prize we sought is won. The port is near, the bells I hear, the people all exulting, while follow eyes the steady keel, the vessel grim and daring. But oh, heart, 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 oh, the bleeding drops of red, where on the deck my captain lies, fallen, cold, and dead. Oh, Captain, my Captain, rise up and hear the bells. Rise up, for you the flag is flung. For you the bugle trills. For you bouquets and ribboned wreaths.
For you the shores are crowding. For you they call, the swaying mass, their eager faces turning. Here, Captain, dear father, the arm beneath your head. Is it some dream that on the deck you've fallen cold and dead? My captain does not answer. His lips are pale and still. My father does not feel my arm. He has no pulse nor will. The ship is anchored safe and sound, its voyage closed and done. From fearful trip the victor ship comes in with object won. Exult, O shores, and ring, O bells. But I, with mournful tread, walk the deck my captain lies, fallen cold in bed.
Return to our special Memorial Day program of poetry in just a moment with Builders of America, a patriotic cantata based on the poem by Edward Shenton, narrated by Claude Rains, with music composed and conducted by the late Harl MacDonald. Since the official debut of Monitor, NBC's spectacular new weekend radio program, is Saturday, June 18th, Anthology's final program will be the week of June 12th, 2 weeks from today. Next week, as a complete departure from our more serious verse, we invite you to enjoy the comedy and the delightful music of Archie and Mehitabel, a back-alley opera with words by Joe Darien, music by George Kleinsinger, based on the poetic vignettes of Don Marquis. We can promise you a thoroughly enchanting 30 minutes with Eddie Bracken as Archie, Carol Channing as Mehitabel, and David Wayne as your narrator. That's next week on Anthology, Archie and Mehitabel. For the final week of our program, we'd like to repeat the poems which you have enjoyed most during our anthology series. Just jot the titles down on a card, send them to us, and we'll be happy to include your selections on Anthology for Sunday, June 12th. One word of caution, however. Remember the time limits of our show. Since we'd like to play more than one of your favorites, we can't possibly schedule such long narrative poems as The White Cliffs of Dover or the Spoon River Anthology. There are, I'm sure, many shorter works, though, which you've remembered from our series and would like to hear again. So just drop us a line, Anthology, in care of the station to which you're listening, and tell us the poem or poems you'd enjoy hearing on our final program, the week of June 12th. In his cantata, Builders of America, the late Harl MacDonald has created a superb setting for the simple, moving words of George Washington and Abraham Lincoln. This stirring composition is highly appropriate for the solemn holiday which we shall celebrate tomorrow, since it's a heartfelt reminder of the lofty ideals for which Washington and Lincoln and all free men have fought and died. Builders of America was inspired by a poem by Edward Shenton, which originally appeared in the Saturday Evening Post. It was at Mr. MacDonald's suggestion that they collaborated on the cantata. The text was expanded and the narrative added to bring the work to its present form. As the major selection on our Memorial Day program, here is Harl MacDonald's Builders of America, narrated by Mr. Claude Rains, with the late composer conducting the Columbia Chamber Orchestra and Chorus.
The hearts, the minds, the hands of these two men, George Washington and Abraham Lincoln, held the love of humanity, vision of freedom, and strength of bone and sinew which conceived and built this great republic. Listen, vast plains and prairies, massive mountain ranges, wide rivers, oceans and inland seas, forests and deserts. Listen, proud towered cities, small crossroad towns, lonely farms, village and hamlet. Listen, descendants of those who came first to this prophetic land, English, French, Dutch, Swedes and Spaniards, and all those who followed, Germans, Irish, Scotch, Italians, all nationalities from every country on the earth. Hear, all you Americans, the words of the man who founded this nation. George Washington said, "Unhappy it is to reflect that the once happy and peaceful plains of America are either to be drenched with blood or inhabited by slaves." But can a virtuous man hesitate in his choice? He said, "As the Congress desires, I will enter upon the momentous duty and exert every power I possess in their service for the support of the glorious cause." Washington said, "Having finished the work assigned me, I close by commending the interests of our dearest country to the protection of Almighty God." Washington and Abraham Lincoln spoke with the voice of eternal truth, and their words, like the cry of the eagle, come to us over the years on the great wind of time. Hear, all you Americans, the words of the man who preserved this nation. Abraham Lincoln said, "I'm not ashamed to confess that 25 years ago I was a hired laborer mauling rails, at work on a flatboat, just what might happen to any poor man's son. I want every man to have his chance." He said, "Let us have faith that right makes might, and in that faith, let us to the end dare to do our duty as we understand it." Abraham Lincoln, President of the United States, said, "I leave you hoping that the lamp of liberty will burn in your bosoms until there shall no longer be a doubt that all men are created equal."
Free.
we, the living, inheritors of this great nation, reaffirm the faith of our immortal dead, George Washington and Abraham Lincoln. Listen. These are the words of liberty. Freedom from want. Freedom from fear. Freedom to worship. Freedom of speech. Spoken for all men, of every race, color, and creed, to the ends of the earth, for all time.
Next week on Anthology, Archie and Mehitabel, a back-alley opera by Joe Darien and George Kleinsinger, starring Eddie Bracken, Carol Channing, and David Wayne. Anthology is produced by Steve White, written and directed for WRCA by Draper Lewis. This is Fleetwood wishing you good luck and good reading.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Walter Huston, Ann Blythe, and Vincent Price in Another Part of the Forest. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeling.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. In tonight's play, Another Part of the Forest, you may have a strange feeling that you've met the principal characters before. If so, it was in The Little Foxes, as both plays were written by Lillian Hellman. They were hits on Broadway and later successful on the screen. In Another Part of the Forest, Miss Hellman begins the story of her famous Hubbard family one generation before the time of the Little Foxes, and exposes the roots of conflict and hate that resulted in their later savagery. Walter Huston heads our cast tonight as the father of this remarkable family, with Vincent Price as one of his sons and Ann Blythe as his daughter. The same part Ann played in the Universal International Success. The time of the story is 1880, when the Surrey with the fringe on top dashed by, graced by ladies wearing the then new look. There were no automobiles, no radios, and no Lux Flakes. How different things are now. The carriage is a museum piece. You're listening to the Lux Radio Theater on the radio, and the now new look looks new longer with Lux Flakes. It's curtain time for Another Part of the Forest, starring Walter Huston as Marcus Hubbard, Ann Blythe as Regina, and Vincent Price as Ben. It's a spring morning in a little southern town some 70 years ago. At the edge of Lionette Plantation, John Bagtree has a visitor.
But you shouldn't have come here, Regina. What if your father should find out?
Papa won't find out. Besides, if I didn't come here, I'd never see you, would I? How were the ceremonies this morning? Did you make a speech?
You know what Confederate Day is like, Regina.
Papa says it's a waste of time. He says the war ended 15 years ago.
Some people don't find it so easy to forget.
Like you, John?
Maybe. Or like old Colonel Asham. His whole speech this morning was about the massacre. Those 27 men from Bowdoin killed in camp while they slept.
You think they'd let them rest in peace instead of fretting about it all these years?
It's not that they were killed. It's how they were killed. Someone right here in Bowdoin betrayed them, took money from the Yankees and led them to the camp.
Seems to me you're trying awful hard to avoid the subject.
What subject?
Or maybe you forgot you were supposed to meet me last night.
I couldn't, Regina. I couldn't leave Aunt Clara and Cousin Bertie. After supper, they wanted to sit out and talk.
Not meeting me because of those two dried-up mummies. Why, it's just insulting.
I've been living off them ever since the war. It's the least I could do.
I got a good mind to tell them that the war's over. The old times are finished, and so are they. Why, my papa could buy and sell Lionette Plantation on the same morning. It's cotton and it's women with it.
I wouldn't like to hear anybody talk that way again.
Oh, I'm sorry, darling. I'm just mad about last night because I had something special to tell you. I've got a wonderful plan for us, John, and I've got Papa almost ready for it. I want you to meet him.
I know your Papa, honey. From the store. And your brother Ben and Oscar.
But Papa's so different at home. Oh, you will come. Say yes, darling. Please. Oh, please.
I always do, don't I? No matter what I want or think, I always do.
Yes, darling. Aren't you going to kiss me, John?
Hello, Papa.
Train was on time, Benjamin?
Yes, on time. Yeah, well, all the customers, Papa. Never seen the store so empty. Oh, yes, but it's Confederate Day, isn't it?
I'll run my store, Benjamin, as I see fit, holiday or no holiday.
Of course, Papa. But I don't think folks will love you for it.
Mm-hmm. How are things in Mobile?
Well, I was only there for 24 hours. You ordered me back.
Did I? What for, I wonder?
I went to Mobile, Papa, because Horace Giddens said he could get me a few shares of Birmingham coal. I wanted to invest $2,000.
Why?
Because $2,000 will make $50,000 someday.
Mm-hmm. But what if the company can't sell their coal?
What if the people you're lending money to can't sell their cotton?
Then I'll have their land. Be kind of pleasant living on a plantation. Plantation like Lionette. Would you like to live in a coal mine?
Well, I couldn't raise the money anyway. I suppose you haven't changed your mind about lending it to me?
Lionette was a beautiful house, very gracious, very well conceived. No, Benjamin, I'd rather hold my money for the day the Bagtrees come for a loan on Lionette.
Then you'll hold it a mighty long time, Papa. The Bagtrees would sooner starve.
Why didn't you ask Giddens to lend you the money, Ben? I thought he was so fond of you.
He's fond of the whole family, especially Regina. But unfortunately, my dear sister's not very encouraging.
Now, you're getting dull, Ben. I'd hoped you went to Mobile to see a lady. Pick up your bag. Time of getting home for lunch.
I'm so glad you're home, Ben. I miss you when you're gone.
Thank you, Mama.
Oscar, where were you this morning?
Me, Papa? Don't you remember? I was out trying to make collections.
Oscar, boy, when you tell a lie, at least respect my intelligence and lie more convincingly.
Oscar can't help it, Papa. He's just got the kind of face that shows everything.
You mind your own business, Regina.
Please, children. Please.
You're at the memorial grounds, Oscar.
Yes, Papa.
Against my wishes. Lavinia, where's the salt?
You know, Marcus.
No, I don't know. Where's the salt?
It's Confederate Day, Papa. Mama never eats salt on Confederate Day.
Corley,
Yes, Mr. Hubbard?
go and get the salt.
Yes, I reckon I forgot it.
No, you didn't forget it. Mrs. Hubbard told you to keep it off the table. Lavinia, if you insist on acting crazy, that's your privilege. But I want salt on my table today and every day. Thank you, Corley. Have some salt, Regina?
Thank you, Papa.
Salt, Oscar?
Yes, sir.
Pass it to your brother.
Tastes fine to me as it is, Papa.
Did you hear about the Bagtrees, Papa? They're getting a loan on Lionette Plantation.
From whom? Who'd loan them money?
Sam Taylor, that's who. A dirty carpetbagger from Boston.
Well, Papa, it looks like the Bagtrees can keep their gracious home without even starving.
Oh, I'm so glad for them, Marcus. They've had such a hard time.
How does that concern you?
Well, it doesn't really, Marcus. I only...
Miss Regina, here's Jake with your boxes.
Bring them here, Jake.
Woo! Pretty boxes. What's in them?
Dresses, silly.
5 boxes of dresses?
Certainly like to know what you're going to look like with them all, honey.
I'm going to wear them for you, darling. Oh, they're charming, Papa. Wait till you see them.
I'll help you try them on right after lunch, dear.
Well, Papa and I are going for a walk after lunch, aren't we, darling?
How much did they cost, Regina?
I don't know. I didn't even ask.
Rich people up north don't act that way. They watch their money and their father's money.
Oh, what do you know about it? Just the other day, those people in Chicago gave their daughter a $50,000 check for a trousseau.
A trousseau? Oh, is that what you've been buying, honey? Oh, that reminds me, Regina.
I asked Horace Giddens to Papa's music evening tomorrow night.
You didn't.
You're 20 years old, honey. You ought to be settling down. You've been worrying us.
Sashaying around as open as
shut your mouth.
Oscar's right. Isn't that so, Mama?
Regina, what's this all about?
I'm sure I don't know, Papa. Nothing at all.
Well, if you think it's nothing at all...
I told you once before, Oscar, shut your mouth. Shut.
Oh, why must we always be fighting like this? Why can't we have peace in our home, the way a family should? Today of all days.
Stop crying over your food, Lavinia, if you want it to remain unsalted.
Whee! Look what Coralie's bringing in. It's a cake, a birthday cake.
Birthday cake? Why, yes, Mama. It's your birthday.
Happy birthday, Miss Vinnie.
Oh, thank you, Coralie.
Well,
Happy birthday, Miss Vinnie.
Thank you, Jake.
Congratulations, Lavinia.
Thank you, Marcus.
Happy birthday, Mama.
Happy birthday, Mama. Thank you, children.
Well, here's hoping a wedding cake will be next.
What's that?
Huh? Oh, nothing, Papa. Just talking.
Talking nonsense, like always.
Why? You can't have a wedding without a cake, honey. You know that. A cake and a trousseau.
I don't know what all this talk's about. Spoiling Papa's day. Come on, darling. Let's take a nice long walk, just you and me. We haven't done that for a long time.
No, not for a long time. Something amuses you, Ben?
Huh? Oh, no, Papa.
Telegraph Horace Giddens your sister does not wish to see him here tomorrow night. I'll bring my Aristotle, Regina. You'll read in English, and I'll follow you in Greek.
Marcus, but it's my birthday, and you promised...
Promised? I promised what?
The money, Marcus. You promised to give me the money to build the hospital. You promised last year on my birthday, too.
Go on out now, Lavinia.
But we've waited too long as it is.
Another day, my dear.
Well, that's what you said last year. And the year before that, you said you were too busy.
I'm still busy.
Never gonna learn, Ben. Been living with Papa for 31 years and never gonna learn.
Learn what, honey?
Ben, you got a few dollars to lend me?
You want some money, Oscar? Just tell Papa Ben don't want you to have it, and you'll get it.
Think so?
Now, don't you know that Papa always does whatever you tell him not to do? Unless, of course, I tell him to do it.
You must give me a nice long lecture on Papa, Regina. Why he's so good to you and how you've managed and so on.
I'm busy now, taking him on a walk. And I'll be busy when I get back. I'm going away, Ben. I'm going to Chicago, and once I get
He's
there...
He's consented to the trip?
He will, by the time we're back from our walk.
You'll never get out of this house. And you'll never get away from Papa. He's most devoted to you, you know, honey.
I'll make out. I always have.
Not unless you take my advice. Horace Giddens is in love with you.
Want me to marry money for you, darling?
Of course I want you to marry money.
Why don't you take it up with Papa? I wouldn't like to be in the house the day you do.
Or the day he hears the gossip about you and John Bagdry.
Shut up, Ben.
Is Bagdry going to be in Chicago, too?
Look, Ben, don't start anything. I'll get you in trouble if you do. Real bad trouble.
You know, I'm going for a walk, Oscar. Well, what do you want? Would you like to borrow a good book?
A book?
I didn't suppose so. You don't favor reading, do you, Oscar boy?
Well, I would, Papa, only Ben keeps me so busy at the store.
Well, there's time outside the store if you weren't the laziest man in town.
Well, Ben don't read neither.
Mm-hmm. Should I be pleased to have 2 ignorant sons instead of 1?
But what I mean, Papa, Ben keeps driving me all the time, never letting me do what I want. Now, all I wanted was $5. 5 measly old dollars.
Maybe Ben didn't have it.
But Papa, please, I got to go out tonight. I gave my word of honor as a gentleman.
Are you a gentleman, Oscar?
Yes, sir. I mean...
Oscar, this news about Sam Taylor, has he already given the money to the Bagtrys?
I don't think so, Papa. I don't know. I kind of overheard them at the ceremonies this morning, but they wouldn't let me stay. They told me to get away.
But they didn't object to Taylor's presence?
Well, that's what I told them, Papa. I said it's
So you let yourself be disgraced in front of a Yankee?
Oh, I'm not finished with Taylor. Not by a long shot. I got a good mind to pay him a visit, carrying a gun.
Spoken like a true gentleman, Oscar.
When I see an old carpetbagger coming down here, I mean to do something about it.
Go on about your business. And here's $20.
Whee, Papa, thank you.
And should you see Mr. Taylor, try to remember that though ignorance becomes a Southern gentleman, cowardice does not.
Yes, sir, Papa. I'll remember.
Ben? Is that you, Ben? Where you going?
I'm going to the store, Mama.
You made me very happy, dear, coming home for my birthday.
Huh? Oh, yes, Mama.
I'm sorry about the fussing at lunch. About the salt, I mean. But there's got to be one little thing you want to do that nobody keeps you from.
Why did you pick this day, Mama? Because it's your birthday or because it's Confederate Day?
I don't like to talk about it, Ben.
Why? Everybody knows Papa made all his money selling salt during the war.
But they don't know it was my fault. Our people were dying for salt, Ben. I thought it'd be a kindness for him to run the blockade. Only I didn't think he'd be charging $8 a bag for it. A tiny little 1-pound bag. Making money out of other people's misery. When I found out, I wanted to leave him. I was so ashamed.
Why didn't you, Mama?
Marriage is a pledge, Ben. A Christian woman has a duty to that promise.
Yeah, a woman has a duty to other things, too.
That's right. To her conscience. That's why he's got to give me the money to build the hospital.
He don't want any of us to have money, Mama. Least of all for a hospital.
Oh, but he does. He knows I have to. Before this day's over, he'll come and give me the money. You'll see.
Yes, Mama. He'll come. He'll come to tell you you're going to Chicago with Regina.
Regina's going to Chicago?
Not if you refuse to go with her. They have good doctors in Chicago, Mama.
Ben, what are you talking about?
Well, if somebody were to tell a doctor that a person was acting funny, was frightened all the time, had crying spells for no reason, strange quirks like not using salt on certain days.
Ben, but I have reasons. Good reasons. And it's not just making money out of salt. I could tell the doctor how...
What, Mama? Because there's plenty Regina can tell him. But if you say no, Mama, they can't make you go. What would you tell the doctor?
Nothing, Ben. Nothing.
Shall we keep reading, Papa? In the next chapter, Aristotle outlines the nature of happiness and family.
Happiness, family. I haven't been richly blessed with either. Ben's a penny-grubbing trickster. Oscar's a proud illiterate. Strange, Regina. You turned out to be my only son. Someday I'd like to take you to Greece.
Greece, Papa?
Yes, you might even settle down there. Think of it. To read Aristotle in the shadow of the Parthenon. Wouldn't you like to go?
Well, I don't know, Papa. I'm afraid I might get homesick.
Homesick? For a collection of yokels held together by a few strands of cotton and a common defeat?
It's the only place I know. I've never been farther away than Mobile.
You'd rather stay where you can be near Horace Giddens. That's what you mean, isn't it?
You know better than that, Papa. Ben thinks up one of his schemes to annoy you, and Oscar chimes in like he always does. Oh, it was such a nice afternoon, and now you've spoiled it all.
I'm sorry, darling.
Of course, I could try if you want me to.
Try what?
Going on a trip. Maybe I might like it after all.
And where would you like to go?
I didn't say I would like to go. I said I could try.
Mobile?
Papa, you're awful. You started this conversation. Wasn't even thinking about going away.
Where would you want to go? Answer me, Regina.
I don't want to go. I told you I'd much rather stay here.
I want you to go.
All right, Papa. Where to?
That's what you're going to tell me.
Someplace up north?
Oh, of course. You love the North. Philadelphia for music, New York for the theater, Boston for literature. Which shall it be?
Whatever you say, Papa. Of course, they do make beautiful dresses in Chicago. John, darling, I couldn't wait to see you to tell you the wonderful news, so I'm sending this note over with Jake. I've arranged everything. I talked Pop into letting me go to Chicago. You'll come with me and we'll be married there. When Papa finds out, he'll have a fit, of course, but
Here's Act Two of Another Part of the Forest, starring Walter Huston as Marcus, Vincent Price as Ben, and Anne Blythe as Regina. It's the following morning. Marcus Hubbard has just joined his two sons at breakfast when an unexpected visitor enters the dining room.
Come in, Colonel Isham. You're up early just to talk about cotton.
I'm here about your son, Oscar.
Me, Colonel Isham? But what did I do?
Coley, coffee for Colonel Isham.
No, thank you.
Oh? People like you don't drink coffee with people like me.
I've had my coffee.
Then you'll come again when you haven't had it.
I'm here to talk to you for your own good.
There's one thing I've never liked, Colonel. It's conversations for my own good.
Last night, Sam Taylor was badly beaten up.
Oh, what a pity.
8 people identified Oscar as one of the night riders.
Me?
There's not a man in these parts who wouldn't enjoy swinging up a Hubbard. Next to the traitor who murdered our boys in the war, you Hubbards are the best hated men in the county.
Oscar, it seems that Colonel Isham wants to save you from a lynching party. Should I thank him?
Yes, sir, Papa. Thank you very much, Colonel Isham. Lynching?
This affair's a disgrace to the entire South.
But, Papa,
Your son also rode down Jed Phillips, who tried to help Mr. Taylor. Phillips won't be able to work for weeks.
But, Papa, I wasn't riding with the Clan boys, honest. I was thinking about it, but...
He couldn't have been with them, Colonel.
Come here, Ben. What makes you so sure?
Oscar was here with me all evening. He was reading a book.
You'll go against 8 people who recognized him?
Why, Oscar looks like anybody.
Colonel, I'm giving you $500. Please use the money to help Jed Phillips.
We can take care of Phillips ourselves.
Can you? I doubt it. Learn to be poor, Colonel. It has more dignity. And when you see Taylor...
Mr. Taylor left the county. He's not coming back.
And when you write him, tell him that Marcus Hubbard warned you 15 years ago you were fools to let Klansmen ride around carrying whips.
Were you frightened of their riding on you? Good day, Mr. Hubbard.
It's too bad about Taylor, ain't it, Papa? Of course, now that he's gone, they'll all be coming to you to borrow money. $500, not a bad investment. I wasn't lying to Isham for Oscar's sake. This is a mighty big temptation to a man earning $20 a week.
Is that all I pay you? No, well, you'll be better off when I...
When you, what, Papa?
When and if I die. But I may not die. Didn't you know?
Papa? Are you busy, Papa? Wouldn't you like to talk to me or something?
I never wanted to talk to you, Oscar boy. Now get out of my office and wait on the customers.
Ben's waiting on customers, Papa. The $20 you gave me yesterday, I put it to good use, Papa.
You mean the little salary advance?
We sure ran Taylor out of town. That's what you wanted, wasn't it, Papa?
Oscar, how much are you drawing here?
$16 a week.
Hereafter, $5 will go to repay me for the $500 I gave Isham, who so graciously saved you from a rope. You'll draw 11.
Papa, you can't. 11 a week.
Well, it could be worse, Oscar. It'll only take you 100 weeks to make it up.
You shut up, Ben. Papa, you told me yourself that...
104, Oscar, including the 20. Good morning, gentlemen.
Papa sure is hard on me. It's unnatural. Why, if a stranger come in, he'd think Papa didn't like me, his own son.
Why did you beat up Taylor? Did Papa tell you to?
He even gave me $20.
And you stand here and let him bully you, you clown.
Ben, I can't live on $11 a week. I want to get married.
Oh, yeah, that cooch dancer from the Cairo Gardens Cafe.
She's a very wonderful person. I'm deeply and sincerely in love.
Oscar, you go give yourself a nice cooling sponge bath. It'll make you... Well, Miss Bagtree, Miss Birdie.
Oh, Mr. Benjamin. Well, I'll just take a few minutes, Mr. Benjamin. Well, Mom and Cousin John knew where I was. They just about died.
Well, what can I do for you, Miss Birdie?
Well, I really came to see your father, but I'm glad you're the one. Well, we've tried very hard, and Mr. Taylor finally said he would do it, but, well, he's gone now, and, well, the truth is we can't support our people at Larnett. We just can't. Would you, I mean your father knew, would you lend us money on our land or our cotton?
Well, now, that's something to think about.
I just haven't been able to tell Mom about Mr. Taylor. Well, she spent all day yesterday planning how she was going to pay off our people and give Cousin John the car fare.
Car fare?
John wants to go away.
Oh, to Chicago, perhaps?
Oh, no, he wants to go back to war. He's so unhappy here.
I see. And where will Captain Bagtree find a war?
Oh, there's something going on in Brazil, John says.
How much of a loan were you thinking about, Miss Birdie?
$5,000. I guess I was as foolish about that as I was.
$5,000. You know, tonight is Papa's music evening. He's always in a good humor after his music. Why don't you come? You and Captain John.
Well, I'd be most pleased to come.
And just one thing, Miss Birdie. Leave everything to me. Don't even mention the loan to Papa. Can you remember that?
Oh, yes, Mr. Ben. I'll remember.
Well, Ben, what is it?
You're practicing, Papa? Well, your musicians have arrived. What time are you planning to start your music?
Well, if they're here, we'll start now.
Papa, I just wanted to tell you I invited Miss Birdie and Captain Bagtree.
The Bagtrees?
I thought you'd enjoy having quality folks here. They've come to beg a favor of you.
You teasing me?
I saw Miss Birdie. Now that Taylor's been persuaded to leave town, she wants us to lend her money on the cotton.
With Lionette as collateral?
Of course, but her mother don't know and she mustn't find out.
What kind of nonsense? The girl don't own the place?
Maybe it's not nonsense. Take a note from her, Papa. When her mother dies, she'll be the one
You're very concerned with people dying, aren't you?
Oh, forgive me, Papa. I keep forgetting how that word disturbs you. It's the thing you've been waiting for, Papa. The Bagtree's coming for a loan. Oh, Regina, you been listening, honey?
Of course, I don't know anything about business, Papa, but it would be nice to have a few people here to listen to your music.
Bagtrees in this house, begging? How much does Miss Birdie want?
$7,000.
On Lionette, $7,000? The girl's a fool.
Most girls are, Papa. Oh, no offense, Regina, honey.
I'm Regina.
You're not going to start the concert, Papa, not before they arrive.
Why not?
Well, now, we don't want them to think we're impolite.
For $7,000, they'll think we're most polite.
Well, I'd better see to the refreshments, Papa. Mama's ailing. Just like her to take sick when company's coming. What do you want, Oscar?
I've got to talk to Papa. Please, Papa, I'm in trouble, Papa.
Hi, Oscar. They still want to hang you?
Papa, I'm in love. Deeply and sincerely in love. But Ben, he keeps talking her down. Ben don't want me to be happy.
Your own brother.
Of course, she is of the lower classes. A ballet dancer at the Cairo Gardens.
A what dancer?
A can. She's a wonderful girl, Papa. Could I go fetch her here? Could I, Papa, now?
What is this, a night at the circus?
Please, Papa, this ain't asking too much after what I done for you.
What have you done?
Well, nothing, Papa, nothing. But it might amuse you to have a member of the lower classes mixing with the gentry. And it'd make Ben awful mad.
Go and get her.
Oh, sweet Papa, thank you.
You're what, Oscar? What did you say?
I said I'm going to fetch Lorette. I'm bringing her here.
You can't. You wouldn't dare.
Wouldn't I? Will you just ask Papa?
Stop him, Ben.
Well, what do you want me to do, shoot him?
The Bagtrees will think we meant to do it, planned to insult them.
One of these days you're going to learn about Papa, Regina. Maybe tonight when he sees you with John.
If you dare say anything to Papa about John,
Don't threaten me, Regina. I'm sick of threats.
You'll be much sick of them if I... Oh, Ben, don't. I'm in love with him.
But he's not in love with you. Horace Giddens is.
Why don't you marry money yourself?
Nobody ever asked me.
Oh, why, Ben. Any rich girl would be only too happy to have a bookkeeper as good as you.
Why, thank you, honey.
You're welcome, honey. Papa won't like this, John. Dragging me out on the porch, darling, and while he's playing, too.
I have to speak with you, Regina. That note that you sent me yesterday.
Oh, I'm so happy, honey. Just think we can...
I can't go to Chicago.
You mean you don't want to marry me?
No, I don't, Regina. I never said I did.
John, come to Chicago with me. I've never pleaded for anything in my life before. I might hold it against you.
But I'm no good for you, Regina. By the time you come back, you'll be in love with somebody else, and I'll be in Brazil.
Brazil?
Bertie's getting some money. I'll be able to leave right away.
Where's Miss Bertie getting this money?
I don't know. She won't tell me, but she says she'll have $5,000.
$5,000. I see. We'll talk about it tomorrow. I love you now. Now go on in.
I don't like this punch, Oscar. It don't mean anything.
Oh, rat, Papa. Here, let me add some brandy, Miss Cincy. That might make it mean a little more.
Thank you.
Papa, my friend's here now. Can you meet her?
All mean.
This is Miss Cincy, Papa.
How do you do?
Finally, thank you.
Lorette just loves music. Don't you, Lorette?
Yes, indeed. I had an uncle who played. He taught me to love music.
Did he play the violin, too, like Papa?
No, Oski.
What did he play,
He had a little drum.
He loved Mozart. You told me, remember?
Yeah, he sure did.
Yeah, Miss Cincy pleases me. Oh, allow me, Miss Bagtree and Captain Bagtree. This is Miss Cincy, whose uncle played Mozart on a little drum.
Yes. Yes, we've already met.
Captain, I recollect a few years back you went to Europe.
Yes, sir, I did.
Then perhaps you'd advise us. My daughter and I are planning a trip abroad.
I'd like to, sir, but I don't remember Europe very well.
Well, now, what does stay in your memory, Captain Bagtree? Anything at all?
The war, sir.
Oh, you were happy in the war, were you?
Yes, sir. I thought we would win.
I never did. Never. From the first foolish talk to the last foolish day.
Why, John wants to go to war right now. They've been looking for Confederate officers in Brazil, so John will have a chance to fight again for his ideas.
Now, why don't you choose the other side? Every man needs, he needs to win once in his life.
I don't like that way of saying it, Mr. Hubbard.
Your people deserve to lose their war and their world. It was a backward world getting in the way of victory. Appalling, you still don't realize it.
Papa, I didn't bring John here to listen to you be insulting.
You brought him here? Show your guest to the dining room, Regina. Maybe he's hungry. I've been waiting for you to join our guest, Regina.
Have you, Papa?
Or do you prefer to stand here on the veranda?
It's fixing up to storm, Papa. Papa, did you agree to make Ben's loan on Lionette?
Of course I'll make it.
Mm-hmm. How much did Ben say Bertie wanted?
$7,000. Why?
Don't make the loan, Papa. I think Bertie came here tonight to make fun of us.
That's not true. You're lying to me about something, Regina. It hurts me. Tell me. What does Bagtree mean to you?
John doesn't know where the money's coming from, but Bertie told him she was getting $5,000. 5,000, Papa, not 7. You're getting older, Papa. Maybe you're getting careless. About Ben, I mean.
Lorette, please. I wish you wouldn't play, honey.
Why, Oscar, it's pretty. And your Papa says he likes music.
Why, of course, Oscar. And here, Miss Cincy, another glass of punch.
Any effective way of stopping
Oh, look who's here. Tell you a secret, Mr. Hubbard. Oski says he wants to marry little old Lorette.
Indeed, I'm told you work for a living, Miss Cincy. That's fortunate. Oscar is not a rich man.
Rich, how could he be on that slave salary you pay him? But that's how come you're sure to repent and help us, Oscar says. After all, when you die, you're going to leave it to him anyway. So why not now, Oski says.
Oh, she's just talking.
Oski has a tendency to lie. He steals a little, too. But if you want him, Miss Cincy, do have him.
Come on, Lorette. I'll settle this later.
Oh, Papa talking about his own son. Well, no animal would talk about the son that way.
Honey, please.
I've been hearing tales about you since the day I was born, Mr. Hubbard.
Lorette,
How you got rich, bigger than salt, making poor dying people give up everything for you.
Honey.
And right in the middle of the war, men dying for you. And you making their kinfolk give you all their goods and money.
Oscar, take this girl out of here and come back quickly.
Yes, Papa.
You're a crook, Mr. Hubbard. Just an old crook.
More punch, anyone? A sandwich, Captain Bagtree?
I think we'll be leaving now. Good night. Good night, Regina.
John, I
Good night, Mr. Hubbard.
Good night, Captain Bagtree. You came to beg a favor, and you stayed to be amused.
Came to beg a favor? From you?
John, stop it. Wait for me in the carriage.
Yes, Bertie.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hubbard. I was so hoping we could all be nice friends.
Your mother hasn't bowed to me in 15 years. Does she wish to be my nice friend now? I've bad news for you, Miss Birdie. I've decided not to make the loan.
What? Why, Papa, you said yourself...
Please come another night, Miss Birdie. Just for the music. Without a motive.
But I'll do anything, Mr. Hubbard. We have a little silver left. Couldn't I...
Please, spare us both.
Thank you, Mr. Ben. I know you acted as my friend.
Papa.
What is it, honey?
I didn't intend for you to insult the Bagtrees and make enemies of them.
The Bagtrees have been my enemies for years. Why should that suddenly disturb you? You're amused, Ben. Enjoy yourself. For the moment.
Trying to ruin my life, are you, Ben? Pouring liquor down and getting her drunk on purpose. Will you come on outside and fight it out like a man?
Oh, shut up.
Well, what are you laughing at, Papa? We bring Lorette here to get Ben mad, and then he gets her drunk and you get mad, and that's just what he wanted you to do. The joke's kind of on you.
You're full of tricks these days, Ben. Miss Birdie borrows $7,000 from me, and you keep $2,000 and take your chances on nobody finding out.
Bagtree told you, huh?
Oh, what a night. What a night.
Ben, you're a clerk in my store, but if you anger me once more, there won't be any job there. Is that clear?
Very clear.
Papa, you wouldn't condemn a woman just because she has to earn a living by the sweat of her brow.
No, Oscar boy. So if you want to go away with this can girl, what's detaining you?
Your permission, sir.
Talk sense. Do you mean money?
Well, just a loan, Papa. You see, we'd go to New Orleans.
How much?
Well, $10,000 would start me off fine, Papa.
There'll be $1,000 for you on the breakfast table. Get on an early train. Send a Christmas message each year to an aging parent who now wishes you to stop talking.
You better start packing, Oscar.
You bullied me ever since I was born. But you're going to be on that station platform tomorrow morning and apologize to Miss Cincy.
Goodness, what $1,000 won't do.
And if you're not
Put that gun away. Get out of this room.
Yes, Papa. And I'll see you at the station.
You've always been frightened of guns, Papa. Any particular reason?
You're wearing me thin, Benjamin.
Why don't you stop it, both of you? You can do all the squabbling you want to after Mama and I leave for Chicago.
It'll be lonely here without you. I don't know. Maybe I'll go along.
Go along?
Don't you want me to?
Of course, Pop, only
you didn't plan on such a crowded honeymoon. Don't look so surprised, Pop. You guessed about Bagtree an hour ago. Of course, I don't think he wants to marry her, but he's a weak man, and Regina...
Papa, don't you see what Ben is up to? He wants to marry me off to Horace Giddens, and he's mad because I... Papa, what's the matter? You look so bad.
Yeah, you do look bad, Papa. Put your arms around him, Regina, and lie to him like you always do. Tell him... I'll never forget that, Papa, not as long as I live.
Pack your things and go, and be sure you go far. Get yourself a modest job somewhere, anywhere you are, and I'll see to it that you never get anything better.
Yes, Papa. I'm sure you'd try.
Regina, you and Bagtree. How could you?
I'm in love with him, Papa, and I want to marry him. Oh, now, don't take on. So you just let me go away as we planned, and after a while, John and I'll come home and we'll live right here.
Are you crazy? You think I'd stay in this house?
Otherwise, I'll go away and you'll never see me again. I don't think you could stand that. You must have known I'd marry someday, Papa. Maybe next year you and I'll make that trip to Greece, just the two of us. Now it's all settled. Kiss me good night, darling.
Marcus.
What is it, Lavinia? Parading up there in your night clothes? What is it?
Marcus, I heard. Oscar and Ben, leave them there home.
Go back to bed, Lavinia.
Regina, talk to your father. Don't let him do this, please.
We'll be leaving for Chicago, Mama, sooner than I thought.
No, Regina, I don't want to go.
We'll start getting ready first thing in the morning. Good night, Mama, dear.
The curtain rises on the third act of Another Part of the Forest, starring Walter Huston as Marcus, Anne Blythe as Regina, and Vincent Price as Ben. It's before breakfast the next morning. Ben is getting ready to leave home, while Lavinia pleads with Marcus to change his mind.
But he's your son, Marcus. You can't send Ben away.
Leave me alone, Lavinia. I don't feel well.
If you let Ben stay, I'll do anything. I'll go to Chicago.
Of course you'll go to Chicago. It isn't easy to live with you, Lavinia. It really isn't.
I know. For a long time now, I felt that being here, well, it made me feel like I was sinning. And you have to make good your sins before you die. That's why the hospital...
Stop your crazy talk.
I don't like that word, Marcus. It frightens me, and you know it.
I'm ready to leave, Mama.
No, Ben, no, don't go.
Now,
Marcus, tell him to stay. It's a sin, Marcus, a terrible sin. The Lord will destroy this place with brimstone and fire.
Yes, he may, Lavinia, but I'm not fretting on it. I've got it heavily insured.
I must get out of this house.
Get out then, Mama, but don't look back or you'll turn into a pillar of salt and he'll sell you $8 a pound.
I never did look back. For 16 years, I forced myself never to look back.
Look back at what, Mama?
Marcus, will you let Ben stay? Marcus. All right. I'll tell you, Ben.
Yeah?
It was my birthday, and your pop had been gone on one of his salt-running trips.
Yes, Mama?
He'd promised to be back for my birthday, and I was afraid something had happened to him. I knew he had no pass through the Yankee line, so that night...
Not the night of the massacre, Mama.
Yes, I walked to the memorial grounds.
Go to your room.
But there were no memorial grounds then, Mama.
No. Just the camp on the hill.
Didn't the sentries stop you?
Lavinia, go to your room.
I saw no sentries. Only the Yankee soldiers sneaking down the hill.
Yankee soldiers? Who was with them, Mama?
Who? I'm standing here listening to this foolishness.
I'll tell you why. Because you're afraid.
Afraid of a bungler who tried to steal $2,000 from me, or a crazy woman who dreamed she saw something one night 16 years ago?
You better get ready, Mama. We'll call on Colonel Isham, whose son was killed that night. And John Bagtree will remember his twin brother, and the Mercers, who lost their oldest son. And, well, we don't have to go any further, Papa. It'll be the biggest, happiest lynching in the history of Bowdoin County.
Lynching? I don't believe in lynching.
You leave that to me, Mama.
No, Ben, I don't.
You're losing your witness, Benjamin. Now stop this nonsense and get out of here.
No, Marcus. Our son is staying.
You want your hospital built, don't you, Lavinia?
Your hospital, Marcus. To make up for all those poor boys who died that night.
Of course. Let's go to my library, Lavinia, and start making plans.
All right, Mama. You talk to Papa, and I'll talk to Colonel Isham. He'd be only too glad to ask you if I'm telling the truth.
No, Ben, I won't have anything to do with the lynching.
But would you lie, Mama? Would you tell a lie?
Answer him, Lavinia.
There'll be no lynching, Marcus. I'll plead for your life with all my heart.
Yeah, me too, Papa. Well, I'll plead for you just as hard as I know how. Better than that, I'll come by tomorrow morning and cut you down from the tree.
Why you...
No, Marcus, no.
How did the Greeks bury fathers who were murdered? Tell me, Papa, and I'll see to it.
Benjamin, don't talk that way.
You gave him the right to talk that way. You did, Lavinia. It's on your soul.
No, Marcus. All I want is for Ben to stay. I'm even ready to go to Chicago and see your doctor.
What doctor?
Why, the doctor Ben said you wanted to examine.
He lied. You're a very ugly man, Benjamin.
Well, are you ready, Pop?
For what?
To write a slip of paper saying you sell me the store for $1. There's a pen on the table. Your store, your bonds, your mortgages.
I leave you your proper share in my will. Might even increase it if you behave.
You're making fun of me again, Papa. I mean what I'm saying, and you know I do, and it's the last time I'll say it.
All right. Take half of everything.
Stop bargaining. I want everything you've got. Is that clear? When you've got it in writing, bring it to me. Well, are you waiting for something, Papa?
Well, to tell you the truth, I'm trying to think of some way out.
A way out? Well, I consider you a very lucky man. You'll die in bed.
You'll give me enough for a clean bed?
Why, of course. You're my father. You'll find me at your desk, Papa, counting cash on hand. Jake, come here.
Yes, Mr. Benson.
Take this envelope over to Lionette. There's $5,000 in it. Give it to Miss Birdie and tell her to forget about last night.
Yes, sir.
And tell her that I wish Captain Bagtree the best of luck in Brazil. Oh, and tell Coralie to set my breakfast plate at the head of the table.
But Mr. Ben, that's where your papa...
I'll say it again, Jake. At the head of the table.
Papa, where are you? Papa!
My goodness, Oscar, I'm trying to eat breakfast.
Papa isn't here.
Well, if he isn't here, he must be upstairs.
But Lorette's waiting for me at the railroad station. Papa!
Oh, I was hoping you'd be gone by now, Oscar boy.
But the $1,000 on the table. He promised, but it ain't here. I even crawled under the table.
Maybe you better go crawl some more.
Well, good morning, Regina. Oh, good morning, Oscar.
Where do you think you're sitting?
Why, here, honey, at the head of the table.
That's Papa's chair.
We'll be sitting next to each other, and I'll be able to keep my eye on you.
Regina, help me. Papa! Papa, the money's not there. Papa, please answer.
Looking for me, son? Speak up.
Oh, it's getting late. The money, you forgot to leave it.
You're screaming, Oscar, and a voice injured at your age is possibly never recovered. The money isn't there because I didn't put it there. Would you like to give him a little explanation, Ben? Or will I?
I am eating.
Oscar, I assure you that I am most sorry for many reasons. None of them having anything to do with you.
Well, what's all that mean, that you're not giving me the money?
It means exactly that. It means that Papa has found a new way of postponing for a few minutes an unpleasant writing job.
Where would you prefer me to have my breakfast? A tray in my room, or here, or...
Oh, anywhere you like, Papa, after you've finished writing. My house is your house.
There isn't any chance I could get on a train without you interfering with me.
Papa, what's the matter with you?
Ask Ben, Mom.
He's changed. Do you think it's age?
Who do you think you are?
A man who believes you've handled yourself very badly. It's a shame, Regina. You're beautiful, smart. You could have made a brilliant life. Instead of 20, you have to start picking up pieces.
I like the pieces, and I'm off to pick them up right now in Chicago.
No, honey. Right here in Bowden. Because you're not going to Chicago.
What are you talking about?
Papa hasn't got any money anymore. No money at all. Just giving it all to me.
To you? What makes you think he'd give it to you?
Well, I'm the oldest son. Isn't that the way with ancient kings?
Papa? Papa, where are you?
You're starting to sound like Oscar, honey. But you talk to Papa. Maybe he can quote an appropriate line from Aristotle. Oh, come on in, Mama. Sit down. Coralie just brought in some fresh coffee.
I just come to say goodbye, Ben. I have to go away.
What for?
I can't lie about your father, but I want no part of a lynching.
Oh, that party's been canceled, Mama. Papa's examined his conscience and repented.
Then you can stay?
Mm-hmm. Papa's decided to retire. He's transferring the business to me.
Oh, it's a great trust, Ben. It's sinful money, but if you put it to good use.
Oh, I will, Mama. Don't you worry about that.
Ben, what have you been doing to Papa?
A great deal. Do you believe me now, honey?
You can't stop John and me.
Certainly not. Marry him. People in love should be poor.
Ben, what happened?
Papa didn't tell you?
I'll find out. And the day I do, I'll pay you back so you'll never forget it.
Why, Oscar, what's the matter with you?
She didn't wait. Lorette's gone to New Orleans without me. I begged and I pleaded.
Deeply and sincerely.
Oh, you go ahead and laugh. I laughed too, Regina, when I saw your true love looking like a statue of Napoleon off to the wars on the same train.
So you arranged that, too?
That's enough. I'm sick of love. I don't want to hear any more about it.
You don't want?
Oscar, you go follow your can-can sweetheart and get yourself a wharf job loading bananas. And you, early maturing flower, you can go any place you want. See what it's like to be without Papa's money. Oh, of course you both can stay. You and your great plan, Regina. Why, Papa was the only person didn't know about you and John Bagtree. Papa and Horace Giddens. Oh, Oscar, get me a pen and paper. I have an errand for you.
You don't have to get married, Regina. Just because he tells you to. We can go away and I can start again, just as I started once before.
When you did whatever Ben made you do, did you realize what you were doing to me? Did you care, Papa?
I cared very much.
And what good did that do?
Here's your bill of sale, Ben.
Thank you, Papa. And here's your $1.
Pen and ink, Ben.
Oscar, I want you to take $2,000 to Horace Giddens with this note I'm going to write. And tell him Regina will be very happy to see him.
Ben, about the money for the hospital.
Not right now, Mama.
But, Ben, you said...
Now, sit down, Mama. You haven't had your coffee.
No, Ben. Thank you, but I'm leaving. I'm going back home, back to Piney Woods.
Oh, you don't mean that, Mama. How can we get along without you?
I don't know. Deep down, I guess maybe I don't care. Now I just want to go where I can get a breath of air.
Oh, you're just upset, Mama. You're tired.
No, I'm not tired. And I'm not afraid.
But, Mama, everything's going to be fine now. We're going to have big money. Oscar, Regina, even Papa. I know what's best for all of them. And for you, too, Mama. Why, someday we might even build you your hospital.
No, Ben. You'll always be busy. You'll have to be busy because you're a lonely man. An empty man. It seems funny to say, but I don't like you, Benjamin. I don't like any of my children. I just feel sorry for you.
Oh, don't take it so hard, Ben, honey. Whenever you're lonely, you can come and have dinner with us. With Horace and me.
Lavinia, wait,
She's gone, Papa.
Yes, I do believe she's gone. Regina, honey, pour me a cup of coffee.
Coralie, we need some more coffee.
No, pour what's in the pot, honey.
But, Papa, there's just enough for one. And Ben's cup is empty.
Before our stars return for their curtain calls, here's Libby Collins with some important shopping news for the ladies.
Walter, we don't see much of you around Hollywood these days.
Well, Bill, whenever I finish a picture, I go right up north to my ranch. I got some cattle up there I'd like to keep an eye on.
With the price of meat what it is, you should sit up nights with them.
I imagine raising cattle must be lots of fun, Mr. Huston.
Oh, I don't know, Ann. It's just one big beef after another.
Oh, now, Walter. And what have you been doing to keep busy this summer?
Well, let me see. On the hottest day of the heat wave last week, I was celebrating Christmas.
You mean a Christmas tree and a turkey dinner with all the trimmings?
All of it, Vincent. A magazine wanted some Christmas pictures for the Christmas issue that goes to press right away.
Next December, they'll probably want a picture of you hunting Easter eggs. What's next week's play going to be, Bill?
Well, Vincent, next week's attraction is the kind that can only happen once a year. Because it's the picture that won the Academy Award as the best picture of the year. Darrell F. Zanuck's production, Gentleman's Agreement. And the stars, Gregory Peck and Ann Baxter. This 20th Century Fox picture is one of the most important events of our season, and we've been planning on it for months. So I hope you'll join us next Monday night for Gentleman's Agreement with Gregory Peck in his finest role.
None of us will miss that one, Bill. Good night.
Good night.
Good
night. Good night, and many thanks for tonight. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Gregory Peck and Ann Baxter in Gentleman's Agreement. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Anne Blythe is currently seen in the Universal International picture Mr. Peabody and the Mermaid, co-starring with William Powell. Vincent Price will soon be seen in the Universal International picture Rogue's Regiment, co-starring Dick Powell. Heard in our cast tonight were Jack Edwards as Oscar, Eleanor Audley as Lavinia, and Tony Barrett, June Whitley, Truda Marson, Bill Johnstone, Eddie Marr, and Lillian Randolph. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear Gregory Peck and Ann Baxter in Gentleman's Agreement.
Rely on Spry, S-P-R-Y.
For lighter, finer, richer tasting cakes, Spry tops any other type shortening. Spry's amazing cake improver takes guesswork and hard work out of cake making. Try Spry's one bowl method for glorious cakes. For all you bake and fry, rely on Spry.
Be sure to listen next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Gentleman's Agreement, starring Gregory Peck and Ann Baxter. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows over these same stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Presenting Walter Huston in America for Christmas on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by the DuPont Company, maker of better things for better living through chemistry.
Good evening. This is Walter Huston. Tonight on a small island in the lonely distances of the Pacific, an island you never knew before existed, you will find with difficulty on the map, a troop of soldiers, handful of Navy men, a few Marines, one or two flyers, and a medical staff are celebrating Christmas. I said celebrating, but perhaps there is a better word for it. Perhaps I should have said reminiscing about their former Christmas celebrations which took place in the dim and distant past, in different settings and under different circumstances. It is with such servicemen and women as these in mind that tonight we bring you this special Christmas play. And so, with the best wishes of the season, the DuPont Company presents America for Christmas by Peter Lyon, in which I have the pleasure of appearing in the part of a master of ceremonies for an overseas USO camp show entertainment unit. And we're happy to have as our soloist an authority on American folk music, the composer of Ballad for Americans, Earl Robinson.
We are now on our small island in the Pacific. Its name will remain undisclosed for reasons of military security. But you can be sure that every inch of its ground is by now familiar to every man stationed there. By now, they've eaten their Christmas dinner and opened their Christmas packages. But there's one remaining package addressed to all the men still to be opened. A package of good cheer and glad tidings to the men in their home away from home.
Ye who know will bless the poor, shall yourselves find blessing.
The group has just finished a Christmas carol, and the MC, an old vaudeville trooper, steps forward to open the show.
Very good, very good. I'd like to sign you all up to join our troupe. Which one of you guys was singing tenor?
Me.
Well, we'll sign everybody but you. Well, what about it, fellas? Has it been a good Christmas?
Why, sure. It's been okay.
You don't sound very sure.
Who you guys kidding? Not even yourselves. 2 Christmases ago, I was in Oregon standing 2 feet deep in snow. Look at these palm trees. Is this Christmas?
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what all of us in this troupe figured. Me and Marilyn here, and June and the quartet there, and Sandy over there with the guitar. We had a dope lot, right? Right, Marilyn?
Right.
Right. Well, we thought everybody's been giving everybody else some Christmas presents, right? Right. All except we haven't given you any. No show tonight. That is, no regular show. And we've got a special one, right?
Right.
Right. We have caused to be constructed a show, something brand new, bright and different. Songs and stories from our travels all over the country we love. And it's our present to you. It's the best we can do. It's all we can do. Okay? Okay. places, everybody. The stage, that's over there. No curtain, but you can imagine it now rising. Orchestra finishing the overture, lights dimming. Here it is, America for Christmas.
Roll on, Columbia, roll on. Roll on, Columbia, roll on. Your power is turning our darkness to dawn. So roll on, Columbia, roll on. Roll on, roll on.
Columbia? Who's that? What are they singing about?
They're singing about America, young lady, and Columbia is her symbol. She's a big country and a great country, a hot and cold country, an empty one and crowded. She's an all-over country. And whatever you want, you'll find her in America. That's why they're singing about her.
They? Who are they?
Why, they're the people, young lady, the people who live in America and sing songs about her and tell stories about her and lie about her and brag about her and love her. The farmers on her plains and the men who built her cities and made her strong. Roll on, Columbia.
Roll on, Columbia.
They're all over America right now, singing and talking and telling tall tales. If you want to meet them, you'll have to travel the whole country, fast.
Let's go.
All right, and discover America all over again.
Where do we start?
Well, let's see. Might as well start where the Pilgrims started, I guess. On the shores of New England.
Oh, Stormy was a fine old man. Do me way, oh, storm along. Oh, Stormy was a fine old man. Way, hey, hey, Mr. Storm along. I wish I was, oh, Stormy's son. Do me way, oh, storm along. I'd build me a ship of 1,000 ton. Way, hey, hey, Mr. Storm along. I'd fill her up with New England rum. Do me way, oh, storm along. And all my shellbacks, they would each have some. Way, hey, hey, Mr. Storm along. Oh, Stormy's dead. And
that's New England. The song of the men who go down to the sea in ships, down to the sea from craggy inlets and deep sea ports. There's rocks all over New England.
All over?
All over. Even the fields and meadows of the New England farms. Makes it tough to make a living. There was a farmer in New England who invited his minister to pay his farm a visit. The two of them, the farmer and the minister, walked over the stony fields, the minister saying,
Why was it you wanted me to come out on their farm?
Reverend, I want you to pray to God with me that I'd get better crops.
What this land needs is not prayer, but fertilizer.
That's New England, a rocky country. Men get to be shrewd traders in that country. They have to.
What's a shrewd trader?
A shrewd trader is, well, do you want to watch a couple of shrewd traders in operation? A Yankee peddler with a wagon load of Yankee notions, pulled up in front of a Yankee general store. The storekeeper going down into the road and asking...
what's the price of your razor strops?
$1 each for these strops.
$1 apiece? They'll be sold for half the money before the year's out.
If one of these strops is sold for 50 cents within a year, I'll make you a present of one, mister.
You will you?
Now.
Ben. Oh, you Ben?
Yep.
You're the witness to the contract.
Yeah, I'm the witness.
All right, peddler. I'll purchase a strap on those conditions. Here's your $1.
Contract's a contract. I'll stick to it.
Ben, I don't much like this strap now that I bought it. How much you give me for it?
Hey.
Well, guess seeing it's you, I'll give you 50 cents for it.
Hey, now, see here.
Here you are, Ben. 50 cents, and it's yours.
All right, you win. Here's your strap for free.
Want to watch out for yourself when you're in Bethel, Mr. Peddler. Some pretty sharp fellows around here.
Tolerable, but nothing to brag about. I made 75 cents on that deal.
How's that?
I got $1 for 2 strops, which cost me only 12.5 cents apiece. I heard of the cute tricks of you Bethel fellas. I generally sell these strops for only 25 cents apiece. But, gentlemen, if you want any more at 50 cents apiece, I'll be happy to supply your whole village. Yes, sir. Anything else you want to buy now?
Nope. Been shaved enough by you tin peddlers. Want no more of you.
It's very hard to condemn a whole class because of 1 or 2 dishonest ones. Give me a fair trial. I'm traveling all through this countryside. I can get rid of your unsaleable goods.
Nope.
Here. Tell you what I'll do. I'll give you a fair chance. I'll sell you anything I have in my wagon at my lowest wholesale price, and we'll take in exchange anything you please to pay me from your store at the retail price.
Mm-hmm.
Fair, ain't it?
I'll look over your goods. Got a lot of whetstones there. About how much?
Wholesale price of whetstones is $3 a dozen.
I'll take 12 dozen of them.
All right. That's $36 you owe me, for which I'm to take such goods as you please at retail price. Now, what are you going to pay me in?
In whetstones, retail price 50 cents. You get just 6 dozen.
There's a couple of shrewd traders.
Let's move on. Let's get away from the rocky country.
You think that's a bad country? Why, meet the fella from Maryland.
The dogs in Maryland are so poor that they have to lean against the fence to bark. It takes 3 or 4 pigs all at once to pull up a blade of grass. And if they want to cast a shadow, it takes 6 pigs to do that.
Should we go further west? If the country in the east is also bad...
West of that country, you run into West Virginia. Now, there's some country. Hill country. You want to hear a West Virginian on the subject?
All hills and valleys in West Virginia. Valley's real narrow. So narrow the dogs have to wag their tails up and down. Can't wag them back and forth. Why, there's one valley in West Virginia so narrow that the moonshine has to be wheeled out on a wheelbarrow every morning and the daylight wheeled in.
Well, come along, little girl. You got a lot of traveling to do.
I heard that railroad whistle blow, blow, blow. Yes, I thought I heard that railroad whistle blow. And I thought I heard that lonesome whistle blow, woo, woo. And it blowed like it never blowed before.
Taking this train, jump on.
Where's it go? West?
West, and it goes right by Pittsburgh. Have to look fast if you want to see it.
Where? Where is it? I want to see Pittsburgh.
There's the Pittsburgh fella.
I've been working that Pittsburgh steel, I thought you knowed. I've been dumping that red-hot slag way down the road. I've been a-blasting, I've been firing, I've been pouring that red-hot iron. I've been having some hard traveling, Lord. If you want to get iron, you go in the hole. You want to get zinc, you go in the hole. You want to get lead, you go in the hole. You want to get coal, you go in the hole. You want to get oil right out of the ground. You dig a little hole about 10 miles down, and that's what you get by going in the hole.
Still going west. Same road that Daniel Boone and Davy Crockett took. Only we can go a little faster. Riding on the Wabash Cannonball.
To the jingle, the rumble, and the roar, as she glides along the woodland, the lakes, and by the shore. Hear that mighty Russian engine, hear that lonesome hobo squall, riding through the country on the Wabash Cannonball.
That's right. Just like our grandfathers did elbow room. That's what they wanted. They didn't want a neighbor any nearer than 10 miles. Besides, it's greener on the other side.
The other side of what?
The Mississippi River, the granddaddy of them all.
M-I-S-S-I-S-S-I-P-P-I.
That's right. The rivermen, the boatmen, floating down on rafts, talking easy on the night air, talking big, talking quiet, making up stories just to hear the sound of their tongues wagging. Like these two men, talking about their river, the big old Mississippi. Listen to them.
Yep, this nice old muddy Mississippi River water is wholesomer to drink than the clear water of the Ohio. Let a pint of this yaller Mississippi water settle, you'll have about a half to 3/4 of an inch of mud in the bottom. What you want to do is keep it stirred up.
Yep, that's right. Now, there's nutrition in this good old mud. Now, you look at the graveyards, that tells the tale. Why, trees won't grow worth shucks in the Cincinnati graveyard. But now in the St. Louis graveyard, why, the trees grow up at 800 feet high. And it's all on account of the water the people drunk before they laid out. A Cincinnati corpse don't richen the soil any.
That wasn't all they talked about either. They talked about, mosquitoes, for instance. The mosquitoes in the Mississippi River Valley. I heard a man talking about those mosquitoes once.
Well, sir, I'll tell you. Now, the state of Arkansas has been injured and kept back by generations of exaggerations concerning the mosquitoes there. Why, sir, these mosquitoes have been persistently represented as being formidable and lawless. But the truth is, they are feeble, insignificant in size, diffident to a fault, sensitive. Now, if you really want to hear about some formidable mosquitoes, sir, why, then there are the Lake Providence colossi.
Lake Providence? There are large mosquitoes there?
2 of them can whip a dog. 4 of them can hold a man down.
I must say that seems...
Why, sir, this may strain your credulity, but I even seen those mosquitoes at Lake Providence trying to vote.
What?
Well, I have seen them canvassing around the polls.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I overheard what you were saying about mosquitoes, and I was about to add simply that the biggest mosquitoes I've ever seen was a little further to the west, in Oklahoma. Years ago, gentlemen, I saw 4 mosquitoes kill a buffalo. Kill a buffalo, yes, sirree. And pick his bones clean and leave him to bleach in the sun. Good day, sir.
What do you know?
What's the matter? His stories seem a little sizable?
I can't stand a liar, sir. I just can't stand a liar.
You're listening to America for Christmas, starring Walter Huston as the Master of Ceremonies in a traveling USO Camp Shows unit on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by the DuPont Company, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. In our play tonight, Walter Huston portrays an old vaudevillian who is leading his USO troop through the Southwest Pacific. And on this Christmas night, they are entertaining a company of servicemen and women on a tiny Pacific island, entertaining them by giving them the best Christmas present they know, a memory of America as they remember her through our American folklore. They've covered the eastern half of the country in their special Christmas show. They're in the valley of the Mississippi right now, and I think... Yes, they're in the station, buying their tickets to the next stop.
Oh, that Rock Island line is a mighty good road. Yes, that Rock Island line is a road to ride. And if you want to ride, you gotta ride it like you find it. Get your ticket at the station on the Rock Island line.
And so now we're across the Mississippi. This must be Arkansas.
Please, Marilyn.
What's the matter?
The name of this state is not Arkansas, my poor benighted child.
It isn't? That's what it looks like when you see it. Arkansas.
No. Now, maybe you don't realize how strongly folks in this state feel on the subject. Years ago, there was a debate right in the state legislature when someone proposed that the state go on record to change its name from Arkansas to Arkansas. Another fella, well, he got up and made a big speech.
Mr. Speaker, you blue-bellied rascal, I have for the last 30 minutes been trying to get your attention. And each time I've caught your eye, you have wormed, twisted, and squirmed like a dog with a flea in his hide. Gentlemen, you may tear down the honored pictures from the hall to the United States Senate. Pull down the stars and stripes. Curse the goddess of liberty. But your crime would in no wise compare in enormity with what you propose to do when you would change the name of Arkansas. Compare the lily of the valley to the gorgeous sunrise, the discordant croak of the bullfrog to the melodious tunes of the nightingale, the bray of a Mexican mule to the classic strains of Mozart. But never change the name of Arkansas. No, 1,000 times no.
They didn't change the name of Arkansas, did they?
No, they left it alone.
And is Arkansas related to Kansas?
No relation at all, little girl, not even first cousins. But they miss touching each other at their border by 40 miles. In fact, down in Arkansas, people sing a song about the people up north in Kansas.
Oh, they chowder back a thin in Kansas. Oh, they chowder back a thin in Kansas. Oh, they chowder back a thin and it rolls right down their chin. And they lap it up again in Kansas. Oh, potatoes, they grow small in Kansas. potatoes, they grow small in Kansas. Oh, potatoes, they grow small, and they dig 'em in the fall, and they eat 'em tops and all in Kansas. Come all who want to roll.
I don't think I want to stay in Kansas if that's what it's like.
Well, it's not exactly like that, but the potatoes really aren't quite as big as they are in, say, Idaho.
They grow big potatoes in Idaho?
Big potatoes in Idaho? Well, I should think pretty sizable. A couple of years ago, when they built an army camp in Idaho, one of the mess sergeants went around to see about buying some potatoes. Spoke to one of the Idaho farmers who had a little farm.
Raise potatoes on your land?
Mm-hmm.
Will you sell me some? I need some for the army camp, other side of Lewiston.
Well, how much do you want?
Oh, 100 pounds?
Only 100 pounds?
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't cut a spud in two for no one.
Still going west. Are we out of Arkansas yet?
Ah, yes, this is Texas. We'll be here quite a spell.
I should think so. It's so big.
Yeah, and the people here, well, they think quite a bit about their climate here, too. Weather, you know, comes different pretty often.
Well, seeing there's so much of Texas, I should think the weather would be all different kinds.
Yes, but the point is, in Texas, the weather is all kinds all at the same time. As the fellow says, nobody prophesies about Texas weather except newcomers and dumb fools. Came the time when a fresh young tenderfoot walked into a Texas saloon, walked up to the bar and ordered a drink. Men in the place, they said nothing, just watched him. You know, a young fellow finished his drink, then he hauls off and says...
Well, I believe it's going to rain.
My friend, did you know that there were only two kinds of people who prophesy about Texas weather?
Two kinds of people who prophesy on Texas weather. Well, that's very queer. Who are they?
Newcomers and dumb fools.
You say there are only two kinds of people who prophesy about Texas weather. Newcomers and dumb fools. Well, you're absolutely right. For after all, those are the only two kinds of people there are in Texas.
Cow country through here, and to the north, and to the west. Further on west, you come to the desert, where it's dry. Yuma, where it's been known to get pretty warm sometimes when it's summer. And the migratory workers sing in the evening.
I work in your orchard of peaches and prunes, and I sleep on the ground neath the light of your moon. On the edge of your city, you see us now and then. We come with the dust, and we go with the wind. California, Arizona, I make all your crops. Then it's up north to Oregon to gather in your hops. Dig beets from your ground, cut the grapes from your vine to get on your table your light sparkling wine.
Jump on, here we go again, north this time.
Another train ride?
I'm riding on this blue river train. I'm riding on this blue river train. Same old train that brought me here, and it's soon gonna carry me away.
Got something special for you to see up north here.
What's that? Something big?
Biggest thing man has ever done.
Well, this world has 7 wonders that the travelers always tell. Some gardens and some flowers, I guess you know them well. But now the biggest wonder in Uncle Sam's fair land, it's the King Columbia River and the Big Grand Coulee Dam up in the state of Washington.
She winds down our granite canyon, she bends across the lea, like a silver running stallion down her seaway to the sea.
Well, she ripped our boat to splinters, but she gave us dreams to dream of the day this Coulee Dam would cross that wild and wasted stream.
Now as we join in battle to make all people free, that old Coulee Dam is fighting along with you and me.
Yonder flies the flying fortress to fight for Uncle Sam.
Spawned upon the Columbia River by the Big Grand Coulee Dam.
California. Are we going to California now?
Climate, that's all there is in California. The Californian says...
We got the healthiest. It's so healthy, when we started a graveyard, we had to shoot a man.
Hearing which, if you raise your eyebrows in polite disbelief, the Californian says further...
We don't have to prove it. We admit it.
Well, that's about it. Time to be getting back home now.
What? Oh, but we haven't seen nearly everything.
For every part of the country, a song or a story. Not time and half an hour to do them all justice. So, boys, I guess it's the end of the show.
It was enough, mister.
And if you're still wondering, I'll tell you, it's been an okay Christmas.
That's been the best Christmas I ever had. For the last 20 minutes, I've been standing in 2 feet of snow back in Oregon.
Okay, and we'll have one last song. Everybody sing. For every part of the country, a song or a story. But all the parts, all the states add up to one mighty whole. One America. Roll on, Columbia. Roll on.
Oh, roll on, Columbia, roll on. Roll on, Columbia, roll on. Your power is turning our darkness to dawn. So roll on, Columbia, roll on.
To you, Walter Huston, and the members of tonight's Cavalcade cast, our thanks.
On this Christmas night, we are thinking the same thoughts you are of men far from home, in deep snow and in tropical heat, fighting the battle of freedom. What is in your hearts, our hearts, and their hearts has been said powerfully and beautifully by a soldier, a GI. Let me read it to you. At the moment, it is difficult to think of victory as meaning anything but an end of fear to loneliness and death, and a chance to go back to pick up the strands of interrupted life. Henceforth, each simple pleasure, each right we always took so lightly will take on rich meaning. We know what it costs to keep them, and we know, too, that we have really earned a share in them. But victory means much more. With victory, we stand on the threshold of limitless inventions and comforts. We possess the resources to extend our horizons in every field of endeavor and every aspect of human relations. However ancient and stubborn enemies are still to be conquered. Enemies which must be overcome, not by armies, but by minds and hearts and talents, set wholly free. Such enemies are poverty, insecurity, prejudice, disunity. These, too, shall be conquered, for we have begun to think more deeply and more dynamically. And if we can sweep aside untold obstacles to smash the most ruthlessly efficient machines of destruction ever devised, surely we possess the vision and practical genius to organize for peace, security, and a world designed for living. Till now, many have ruled because of accident of birth and power or wealth. But throughout the world, the unfit, the weaklings, and the traitors are falling by the wayside. New leaders are rising from the people, those who never sold their heritage of courage, faith, and simple human dignity. With victory, we shall have destroyed those who would have enslaved the world. Our sacrifices have been great, but we have won the opportunity to emerge from the animal kingdom and enter the kingdom of man. I look forward to living in such a world. I look forward to living in such a world. If a soldier risking his life at the front can say that, then certainly all of us can look forward. To all of you, the DuPont Company wishes a Merry Christmas. To the 34,000 DuPont men and women in the armed forces, we call Merry Christmas across the oceans. We send more than a greeting. We send our solemn pledge, we of DuPont, that we will not slow our efforts for 1 minute, that we will work and produce without let-up until the last gun is fired and the white flag over Berlin and Tokyo at last gives us a chance to rest and say, now it's really over. That is the pledge and promise of the men and women who work for DuPont. This is Walter Huston. Good night, and God bless us all.
Next week, the Cavalcade of America will bring you Anne Harding in Westward the Women, the story of Abigail Scott Duniway. Abigail Dunaway, a farmer's wife, lived in the Oregon Territory in 1850. She managed a household. She raised 4 children. She was an average woman of that place and time with one difference, and this difference was an idea born in Mrs. Dunaway's kitchen, an idea which today affects the life of every American woman who fought for it. Listen next week to Westward the Women, starring Anne Harding on The Cavalcade of America. Tonight's Cavalcade play was based on A.L. Botkin's book, A Treasury of American Folklore, published by Crown Publishers. For use of special songs, Cavalcade is indebted to Woody Guthrie, and for their arrangement and direction to Earl Robinson. Heard in the program was the Sportsman's Quartet. The orchestra was conducted by Robert Armbruster. This is Gain Whitman sending you season's greetings on behalf of Cavalcade sponsor E.I. DuPont de Nemours Company of Wilmington, Delaware.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
From Hollywood, California, the Columbia Network presents William Shakespeare's historical drama, Henry IV. Monday night, and another imposing list of actors from stage and screen join Columbia to bring you the 7th in a cycle of 8 Shakespearean plays. Tonight's production, Henry IV, has been uniquely treated in that the special full-hour adaptation for radio combines both Part 1 and Part 2 of this great historical play, thus making an even more memorable radio occasion for millions of listeners. In tonight's performance of Henry IV, you will hear Walter Huston featured in the title role, Brian Aherne as the Prince of Wales, Walter Connolly as Sir John Falstaff, Humphrey Bogart as Hotspur, son of the Earl of Northumberland, and Dame May Whitty as Mrs. Quickly, the hostess. The brilliant supporting cast is headed by Ben Webster as Westmoreland, Ian McLaren as Worcester, Patrick J. Kelly as Sir Walter Blunt, Eric Snowden as Northumberland, and Jack Smart as Poyne. Conway Turrell, distinguished actor of stage and screen, will come forward in just a moment as narrator to set the stage for the first scene. Meantime, Victor Bay, Columbia's talented young conductor, raises his baton to lead the orchestra in the musical introduction to Henry IV.
Bolingbroke, the headstrong, ruthless prince of Shakespeare's Richard II, seized the throne from that vacillating monarch and made himself King Henry IV of England. To his subjects generally, he was an excellent and wise king. To the powerful nobles who had assisted him to the crown, he was a target for jealousy and suspicion. The king's son, Henry, Prince of Wales, had inherited his father's energy, but having no crowns to conquer, his high spirits found outlet in prankish misbehavior. He spurned the ceremony of court life, preferring to haunt the taverns of London with his chief crony, fat, dissolute old Sir John Falstaff. Arm in arm, these two roamed the streets and highways, picking quarrels, hobnobbing with bartenders, insulting the nobility. Eventually, they joined up with a band of robbers. In this play, we have the story of young Hal's reformation, his reconciliation with his kingly father, and his coronation as Henry V. Now, as the play opens, we find Henry V, IV, listening wearily to the Earl of Westmoreland, reciting news of bloodshed and battle. The powerful Percy family who helped him to the throne originally are on the warpath again, fighting in Scotland, fighting in Wales, and all the king wants is peace. peace and a dutiful son.
10,000 bold Scots, 22 knights balked in their own blood, did Sir Walter see on Homeland's plains. Of prisoners, Hotspur took Mordake, the Earl of Fife, the eldest son of Beaton Douglas, the Earl of Athol, of Murray, Angus, and Monteith.
And is not this an honorable spoil, a gallant prize? Cousin, is it not?
In faith, it is a conquest for a prince to boast of.
Yea, there thou makest me sad, and makest me sin in envy, that my Lord Northumberland should be the father of so blessed a son, whilst I, by looking on the praise of him, see riot and dishonor stain the brow of my young Harry. Oh, that it could be proved that some night-tripping fairy had exchanged in cradle clothes our children where they lay. Then would I have his Harry, and he mine. But let him from my thoughts. What think you, cuz, of this young Hotspur's pride? The prisoners which he in this adventure hath surprised to his own use he keeps, and sends me word I shall have none but Mordake, Earl of Fife.
This is his uncle's teaching. This is Worcester, malevolent to you in all aspects, which makes him prune himself and bristle up the crest of youth against your dignity.
But I have sent for him to answer this. Cousin, on Wednesday next, our council we will hold at Windsor. So inform the lords.
I will, my liege.
The great Percy family are summoned to Windsor. Thomas, the wily Earl of Worcester, Henry, the old Earl of Northumberland, and the latter's young son, Harry Percy, the fiery Hotspur, who has refused to surrender his Scotch prisoners. The king speaks.
My blood hath been too cold and temperate, unapt to stir at these indignities, and you have found me. But accordingly you tread upon my patience. But be sure I will from henceforth rather be myself, mighty and to be feared.
Our house, my sovereign liege, little deserves the scourge of greatness to be used on it. And that same greatness, too, which our own hands have helped to make so portly.
Worcester, get thee gone, for I do see danger and disobedience in thine eye. You have good leave to leave us. When we need your use and counsel, we shall send for you.
My lord.
Northumberland, you were about to speak.
Yea, my good lord. These prisoners in your highness' name demanded, which Hotspur here at Holmdon took, were, as he says, not with such strength denied as is delivered to your majesty. Either envy, therefore, or misprision is guilty of this fault, and not my son.
My liege, I did deny no prisoners, but I remember when the fight was done, when I was dry with rage and extreme toil, breathless and faint, leaning upon my sword, came there a certain lord, neat and trimly dressed, fresh as a bridegroom, and his chin new reaped. With many a holiday and lady terms, he questioned me. Amongst the rest, demanded my prisoners in your majesty's behalf. I then, all smarting with my wounds being cold, answered neglectingly, I know not what he should, or he should not. But it made me mad to see him shine so brisk, and smell so sweet, and talk so like a waiting gentlewoman of guns and drums and wounds. God save the mark, I answered indirectly, as I said. And I beseech you, let not his report come current for an accusation betwixt my love and your high majesty.
Why, yet you do deny your prisoners, but with proviso and exception that we at our own charge shall ransom your brother-in-law, the foolish Mortimer. Shall our coffers then be empty to redeem a traitor home? No, on the barren mountains let him starve, but I shall never hold that man my friend, whose tongue shall ask me for 1 penny cost to ransom home revolted Mortimer.
Revolted Mortimer? He never did fall off, my sovereign liege, but with the chance of war.
Thou dost belie him, Hotspur. Thou dost belie him. Thou art ashamed. Sarah, henceforth, let me not hear you speak of Mortimer. Send me your prisoners with the speediest means, or you shall hear in such kind from me as will displease you. Lord Northumberland, we license your departure with your son. Send us your prisoners, or you'll hear of it.
Your Majesty, your Majesty, your Majesty, your Majesty. And if the devil come and roar for them, I will not send them. I will after straight and tell him so.
What, drunk with choler? Stay and pause a while. Here comes your uncle, Worcester.
Who struck this heat up after I was gone?
He will, forsooth, have all my prisoners. When I urged the ransom once again of my wife's brother, then his cheek looked pale, and on my face he turned an eye of death.
I cannot blame him. Was not Mortimer proclaimed by Richard that dead is
the next of blood?
He was. I heard the proclamation.
Ah, but soft, I pray you. Did King Richard then proclaim my brother Edmund Mortimer heir to the crown?
He did. Myself did hear it.
Nay, then I cannot blame his cousin king that wished him on the barren mountain starve. Or shall it for shame be spoken in these days, or fill up chronicles in time to come, that men of your nobility and power that gauge them both in an unjust behalf, as both of you, God pardon it, have done, to put down Richard, that sweet, lovely rose, and plant this thorn, this canker, Bolingbroke?
Good cousin, give me audience for a while. Those same noble Scots that are your prisoners?
I'll keep them all. By God, he shall not have a Scot of them. I'll keep them by this hand.
Yeah, well, kinsman, I'll talk to you when you're better tempered to attend.
Well, I've done me faith.
Then once more to your Scottish prisoners. Deliver them up without their ransom straight, and make the Douglas son your only mean for powers in Scotland. You, my lord Northumberland, your son in Scotland being thus employed, shall secretly into the bosom creep of that same noble prelate well beloved, the Archbishop.
Of York, is not
true, who bears hard his brother's death at Bristol, the Lord Scroop.
I smell it upon my life. It will do well.
Before the game's afoot, thou still let'st slip.
I cannot choose but be a noble plot. And then the power of Scotland and of York to join with Mortimer, eh?
And so they shall. And 'tis no little reason bids us speed to save our heads by raising of a head. The king will always think him in our debt, if he hath found a time to pay us home. See already how he doth begin to make us strangers to his looks of love.
Aye, he does, he does. We'll be revenged on him.
The powerful Percy family plot to overthrow Henry IV. And while the king's fate hangs in the balance, the Prince of Wales sits idly at his favorite tavern, talking idly with his favorite companion, Fat John Falstaff.
Now, Hal, what time of day is it, lad?
What the devil hast thou to do with the time of the day, unless ours were cups of sack and clocks the tongues of boards? I see no reason why thou shouldst be so superfluous to demand the time of day.
Indeed, you come near me now, Hal. Ah, well, we that take purses go by the moon.
Yea, governed as the sea is, by the moon. Now in as low ebb as the foot of the ladder, and by in as high a flow as the ridge of the gallows.
Oh, thou hast the most unsavory similes. Sweet wag, when thou art king, do not hang a thief.
No, thou shalt.
Shall I? Oh, rare. By the Lord, I'll be a brave judge.
Thou judgest false already. I mean, thou shalt have the hanging of the thieves, and so become a rare hangman.
Oh, thy quips and thy quiddities. Oh, thou hast a damnable iteration. Thou art able to corrupt a saint. Thou hast done much harm upon me, Hal.
Why, thou stuffed cloak bag of guts.
God forgive thee for it, Hal. But I must give over this life, and I will give it over. By the Lord, and I do not, I'm a villain. I'll be damned for never a king's son in Christendom.
Thou swollen parcel of dropsies, where shall we take a purse tomorrow?
Sounds where thou wilt.
Thou old bearded Satan. I see a good amendment of life in thee, from praying to purse-taking.
Why, Hal, 'tis my vocation. Hal, 'tis no sin for a man to labor in his vocation.
Good morrow, sweet Hal.
Good morrow, Poins.
What says Sir John Sack and Sugar?
I'm as melancholy as a gib cat.
My lads, tomorrow morning early at Eastcheap, there are traders riding to London with fat purses. If you will go, I will stuff your purses. If you will not, tarry at home and be hanged.
Hal, wilt thou make one?
Who, I, Rob? I, a thief? Not I, by my faith.
Thou comest not of the blood royal if thou darest not.
I'll tarry at home.
By the Lord, I'll be a traitor then when thou art king.
I care not.
Oh, if men were to be saved by merit, what hole in heaven?
Sir John, I prithee, leave the prince and me alone. I will lay him down such reasons for this adventure that he shall go.
Well, God give thee the spirit of persuasion. Farewell. You shall find me in Eastcheap.
Now, me good sweet honey lord, ride with us tomorrow. I have a jest to execute that I cannot manage alone. Falstaff, Bardolph, Peter, and Gadsill shall rob these men, and when they have...
Poins easily persuades the Prince of Wales to share in a practical joke on Falstaff and the other thieves. While the latter are robbing the caravan of merchants, the Prince and Poins will slip away, return in new disguises, and rob the thieves of their booty. The next night, Poins and the Prince join the outlaws on the highway. Poins has hidden Falstaff's horse, and Sir John is stumbling about in the dark.
Poins and be hanged. Poins!
Peace, you fat-kidneyed rascal. What a brawling dost thou keep?
Hal?
Aye.
Sweet Prince, where's Poins?
He has walked up to the top of the hill.
Oh, I am accursed to rob in that thief's company. The rascal hath removed my horse and tied him I know not where. Poins! A plague upon you! Bardolph! Ito! I'll starve ere I'll rob a foot further. Hal, 8 yards of uneven ground is 70 miles afoot with me, and the stony-hearted villains know it very well. A plague upon it when thieves cannot be true to one another. A plague upon you all! Give me my horse, you rogues! Give me my horse and be hanged!
Peace, you fat guts. Lie down. Lay thine ear close to the ground, and list if thou canst hear the tread of travelers.
Have you any levers to lift me up again, being down? I prithee, good Prince Hal, help me to my horse, good king's son.
Out, you rogue. Shall I be your ostler?
Thou go hang thyself in thine own heir apparent garters. If I be ta'en, I'll peach for this, and I have not ballads made on you all and sung to filthy tunes. Let a cup of sack be my poison.
My lord.
Give me my horse.
Peace. 'Tis Bardolph. What news? On with your vassals. There's money of the king's coming down the hill. 'Tis going to the king's exchequer.
You lie, ye rogue. 'Tis going to the king's tavern.
Bardolph.
Aye.
Pito.
Aye.
Getzel.
Aye.
Falstaff.
Aye.
Sirs, you four shall front them in the narrow lane. Poins and I will walk lower. If they escape from your encounters, then they light on us.
How many be there of them?
Some 8 or 10. Zounds, will they not rob us?
What? A coward, Sir John Paunch?
Indeed, I am not John of Gaunt, your grandfather, but yet no coward, Hal.
Well, we'll leave that to the proof. Farewell, and stand fast. Come, neighbor. The boy shall lead us horses down the hill. We'll walk a little while and ease our legs.
Stand! Stand! Down with them! Cut the villain's throat!
Oh, we are undone!
Ye gore-bellied knaves, are ye undone? Ah! Down with them!
Oh, God of mercy!
Bardolph, bind them.
Oh, bless us, bless us.
Oh, caterpillars, bacon-fed knaves. That's him. Fleece him. Fleece him. Aye.
Oh, oh!
Ye fat chuffs. I would you had your store here.
Oh, bless us, bless us.
What, ye knaves? Young men must live. Now, on, Bacons. On.
Poins, the thieves have bound the true men. Now, could thou and I rob the thieves and go merrily to London, it would be argument for a week, laughter for a month, and a good jest forever. Where are our disguises?
Hard by. Stand close, I hear them coming.
Come, me masters. Let us share, and then to horse before day.
Aye.
And the prince and Poins be not two arrant cowards. There's no equity stirring. There's no more valor in that Poins than in a wild duck. No. Here. Your money! Stand God of mercy! Not be around. Take down it!
Got with much ease. Now, merry little horse, the thieves are all scattered and possessed with fear. Falstaff sweats to death and lards the lean earth as he walks along. Were it not for laughing, I should pity him. Away, good Poins.
How the rogue roared.
Prince of Wales and Poins now return to the tavern. Shortly after their arrival, Falstaff and his companions burst into the room. Old Sir John is puffing and blowing with rage.
Welcome, Jack, welcome. Where hast thou been?
A plague of all cowards, I say. Give me a cup of sack.
How now, Woolsack?
A king's son. If I do not beat thee out of thy kingdom with a dagger of laugh, and drive all thy subjects before thee like a flock of wild geese, I'll never wear hair on me face more. You, Prince of Wales.
Why, you plague of a round man, what's the matter?
Are you not a coward? Answer me that. And Poins there.
Zounds, you fat paunch, and you call me coward, by the Lord, I'll stab thee.
I call thee coward. I'll see thee damned or I call thee coward, but I'd give 1,000 pounds I could run as fast as thou canst. Give me a cup of sack. I'm a rogue if I drunk today.
Oh, villain, thy lips are scarce wiped since thou drunkest last.
All's one for that. Plague of all cowards. Still, say I.
Why, what's the matter?
What's the matter? There be 4 of us here have taken 1,000 pounds this day morning.
Where is it, Jack? Where is it?
Where is it? Taken from us it is. 100 upon poor 4 of us.
What? 100 men?
I am a rogue if I were not at half swords with 12 of them 2 hours together. Oh, I've escaped by miracle. I'm 8 times thrust through the doublet, 4 through the hose, my buckler cut through and through, my sword hacked like a handsaw. I never dealt better since I was a man. All would not do. A plague of all cowards. Let them speak. If they speak more or less than truth, they are villains and the sons of darkness.
Speak, sirs. How was it?
We 4 set upon some dozen.
16 at least.
And bound them.
No, they were not bound.
You rogue, they were bound. Every man of them.
As we were sharing, some 6 or 7 fresh men set upon us.
And unbound the rest. And then came in the other.
What? Fought you with them all?
All. I know not what you call all. But if I fought not with 50 of them, I'm a bunch of reddish.
Pray God you've not murdered some of them.
Nay, that's past praying for. I've peppered 2 of them. 2 I'm sure I've paid. 2 rogues in buckram suits. I tell thee what, Hal. If I tell thee a lie, spit in me face. Call me horse. 4 rogues in buckram let drive at me.
What for? Thou saidst but 2.
4, Hal. I told thee 4.
Aye, he said 4.
These 4 came all afront and mainly thrust at me. I made no more ado about that, but took all their 7 points in my target.
Thus 7? Why, there were but 4 even now.
In buckram?
Aye, 4 in buckram suits.
7 by these hilts, or I'm a villain else.
Oh, prithee, let him alone. We shall have more anon.
Dost thou hear me, Hal?
Aye, and mark thee too, Jack.
I'll do so, for it's worth the listening to. These 9 men in buckram that I told thee of...
2 more already!
Began to give me ground. But I followed so close, came in foot and hand, and with a thought 7 of the 11, I paid.
Oh, monstrous. 11 buckram men grown out of 2.
But as the devil would have it, 3 misbegotten knaves in Kendall Green came at me back and let drive at me. For it was so dark, Hal, thou couldst not see thy hand.
Why, how couldst thou know these men in Kendall Green when it was so dark thou couldst not see thy hand? I'll no longer be guilty of this sin. This sanguine coward, this bed-presser, this horseback breaker, this huge hill of flesh.
Oh, Spud, you starveling, you eel skin, you dried neat's tongue, you stockfish. Oh, for breath to utter what is like thee.
Well, breathe a while, and then to it again. And when thou hast tired thyself in base comparison, hear me speak but this.
Mark, Jack.
We 2 saw you 4 set on 2 and bound them, and were masters of their wealth. Mark now how a plain tale shall put you down. Then did we 2 set on you 4, and with a word outfaced you from your prize and have it. Yea, and can show it you here in the house. And, Falstaff, you carried your guts away as nimbly and with as quick dexterity, and roared for mercy, and still ran and roared as ever I heard bull calf. Why, what a slave art thou, to hack thy sword as thou hast done, and then say it was in fight. What trick canst thou now find out to hide thee from this open and apparent shame?
Come, let's hear, Jack. What trick hast thou now?
By the Lord, I knew ye as well as he that made ye. Oh! Why, hear ye, me masters. Was it for me to kill the heir apparent? Should I turn upon the true prince? No, no, no. But by the Lord, lads, I'm glad you have the money. Hostess, clap to the doors. Watch tonight, pray tomorrow. Gallants, lads, boys, hearts of gold. All the titles of good fellowship come to you.
Oh, my lord, the prince.
How now, my lady, the hostess?
My lord, there is a nobleman of the court at door would speak with you. He says he comes from your father.
Well, give him as much as will make him a royal man and send him back again to my father.
Hal, shall I give him his answer?
Oh, prithee do, Jack.
Faith, and I'll send him packing.
Wait, Peter, tell me now in earnest, how came Falstaff's sword so hacked?
Why, he hacked it with his dagger and said he would make you believe it was done in fight and persuaded us to do the like.
Here comes Jack. Here comes Barebone. How now, my sweet creature of bombast?
There's villainous news abroad. Here was Sir John Bracy come from your father. You must to the court in the morning. That same mad fellow of the north, Hotspur, and that sprightly Scot of Scots, Douglas, and Worcester is stolen away tonight. Thy father's beard is turned white with the news. Tell me, Hal, art not thou horribly afeard? Thou being heir apparent, could the world pick thee out 3 such enemies? Art thou not horribly afeard?
Not a whit. I lack some of thy instinct.
Oh, my lord, the sheriff with the most monstrous watches at the door. They're come to search the house.
Dost thou hear, Hal? If you will deny the sheriff, so. If not, let him enter.
Go, hide thee behind the arras, Jack.
Call in the sheriff.
Sheriff?
My lord.
Now, Master Sheriff, what is your will with me?
First, pardon me, my lord. Are you and Cry have followed certain men unto this house?
What men?
One of them is well known, my gracious lord. A gross fat man, as fat as butter.
Oh, the man, I do assure you, is not here.
My lord, there are 2 gentlemen have in this robbery lost 300 marks.
It may be so. If he have robbed these men, he shall be answerable. And so let me entreat you, leave the house.
I will. Good night, my noble lord.
I think it is good morrow, is it not?
Indeed, my lord. I think it be 2 o'clock.
This oily rascal Falstaff is known as well as Paul's. Go, call him forth.
Falstaff! Fast asleep behind the arras and snoring like a horse.
Oh, hark, how hard he fetches breath. Search his pockets.
Aye.
What hast thou found?
Nothing but papers, my lord.
But let's see what they be. Read them.
Yeah. Item, a capon, 2 shilling and 2 pence. Item, sauce, 4 pence. Item, sack, 2 gallons, 5 shillings and 8 pence. Oh. Item, anchovies and sack after supper, 2 shilling and 6 pence. Item, bread, a halfpenny.
Oh, monstrous. But 1 halfpenny worth of bread to all this intolerable deal of sack. Well, what there is else, keep close. We'll read it at more advantage. There let him sleep till day.
I'll to the court in the morning, and the money shall be paid back again with advantage. We must all to the wars. Good morrow, Poins.
Good morrow, good my lord.
You have just heard the first part of Columbia's presentation of Henry IV, starring Walter Huston, Brian Aherne, Walter Connolly, Humphrey Bogart, and Dame Mae Whitty. The play will continue in just a moment. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. And now we continue with the second part of Shakespeare's Henry IV, and again your narrator, Conway Turrell, comes forward to set the scene.
To the rebels in arms against the royal power, Henry IV summons the Prince of Wales to appear at court. Now he enters the throne room where the king sits conferring with his generals. The animated discussion halts in midair. The nobles look askance at young Hal. father eyes him gravely for a moment in the heavy silence which has fallen over the room.
Lords, give us leave. The Prince of Wales and I must have some private conference. But be near at hand, for we shall presently have need of you. I know not whether God will have it so for some displeasing service I have done, that in his secret doom out of my blood he'll breed revengement and a scourge for me. But thou dost in thy passages of life make me believe thou art only marked for the hot vengeance and the rod of heaven to punish my mistreadings.
So please your majesty, I would I could quit all offences with as clear excuse, as well as I am doubtless, I can purge myself of many I am charged withal.
God pardon thee. Yet let me wonder, Harry, at thy affections, which do hold a wing quite from the flight of all thy ancestors. Thy place in council has been rudely lost. The hopes and expectations of thy time is ruined, and the soul of every man prophetically doth forethink thy fall. For thou hast lost thy princely privilege with vile participation. Not an eye, but as a weary of thy common sight, save mine.
I shall hereafter, my thrice gracious lord, be more myself.
For all the world as thou art to this hour was richer then, when I from France set foot at Ravenspur. Mean as I was then is Hotspur now. Now, by my scepter and my soul to boot, he hath more worthy interest to the state than thou, the shadow of succession. Thrice hath this Hotspur, Mars in swaddling clothes, this infant warrior in his enterprises discomfited great Douglas, ta'en him once, enlarged him and made a friend of him, to fill the mouth of deep defiance up and shake the peace and safety of our throne. What say you to this? Hotspur, Northumberland, the Archbishop's Grace of York, Douglas, Mortimer, capitulate against us and are up. But wherefore do I tell these news to thee? Why, Harry, do I tell thee of my foes, which are my nearest and dearest enemy? Thou that art like enough through vassal fear, base inclination, and the start of spleen, to fight against me under Hotspur's pay, to dog his heels, and curtsy at his frowns, to show how much thou art degenerate.
Oh, do not think so. You shall not find it so. And God forgive them that have so much swayed your majesty's good thoughts away from me. I will redeem all this on Hotspur's head, and in the closing of some glorious day, be bold to tell you that I am your son. And that shall be the day, whene'er it lights, that this same child of honor and renown, this gallant Hotspur, this all-praised knight, and your unthought of Harry, chance to meet. For every honor sitting on his helm, would they were multitudes, and on my head my shames redoubled. For the time will come when I shall make this northern youth exchange his glorious deeds for my indignities. This, in the name of God, I promise here, and I will die 100,000 deaths ere break the smallest parcel of this vow.
100,000 rebels die in this. Thou shalt have charge and sovereign trust herein.
Your Majesty!
Now, Sir Walter Blunt, thy looks are full of speed.
So is the business that I come to speak of. Lord Mortimer of Scotland had sent word that Douglas and the English rebels met the 11th of this month at Shrewsbury.
On Wednesday next, Harry, you shall set forward. On Thursday, we ourselves will march. Our hands are full of business. Let's away. Advantage feeds him fat while men delay.
Meanwhile, in the tavern, Falstaff is awakened from his drunken stupor. He's railing at the hostess.
How now, Dame Hostess? Have you inquired yet who picked me pocket?
I warrant you. Why, the tithe of a hair was never lost in my house before.
You lie, Hostess. I'll be sworn my pocket was picked.
Why, Sir John, do you think I keep thieves in my house?
Go to. You are a woman. Go.
A woman? I? God's light. I was never called so in my own house before.
Go to. I know you well enough.
No, Sir John. You do not know me, Sir John. I know you, Sir John. You owe me money, Sir John. And now you pick a quarrel to beguile me of it.
I'll pay not a denier. I've lost a seal ring of my grandfather's worth 40 marks.
Oh, I've heard the prince tell him I know not how oft that ring was copper.
Now, The prince is a jack, a sneak-up. Blood, and he were here, I'd cuddle him like a dog, if he would say so.
The prince comes. The prince.
Wales comes marching down the street. Ahead of a detachment of troops.
My lord, I pray you hear me.
What sayest thou, mistress, quickly?
Prithee, let her alone and list to me.
What sayest thou, Jack?
The other night I fell asleep here behind the arras and had my pocket picked. This house is turned bawdy house. They pick pockets.
What didst thou lose, Jack?
Wilt thou believe me, Hal? 3 or 4 bonds of 40 pounds apiece, and a seal ring of my grandfather's.
Oh, a trifle, some 8-penny matter.
So I told him, my lord, and I said I heard your grace say so. And my lord, he speaks most vilely of you, like a foul-mouthed man as he is, and said he would cudgel you.
What? He did not.
There's neither faith, truth, nor womanhood in me else.
There's no more faith in thee than in a stewed prune.
Tilly-fally. Nay, my lord, he called you Jack, and said he would cudgel you.
Yea, if he said my ring was copper.
Well, I say 'tis copper. Darest thou be as good as thy word now?
Nay, and I do, I pray God, me girdle break.
Charge an honest woman with picking thy pocket? Why, thou impudent, embossed rascal, if there were anything in thy pocket but taverning reckonings, memorandums of bawdy houses, and 1 poor pennyworth of sugar candy to make thee long-winded, if thy pocket were enriched with any other injuries but these, I am a villain. Why, art thou not ashamed?
You confess, then. You picked my pocket.
Well, it appears so, but a story.
Hostess, I forgive thee.
Oh?
Go, make ready breakfast. What? Look to thy servant.
Well.
Cherish thy guest.
You.
Love thy husband.
Well, of all
Nay, prithee, be gone.
Villain, scurvy, knave, bastard.
Now, Hal, to the news at court. For the robbery, lad. How is that answered?
Oh, my sweet beef. I must still be good angel to thee. The money is paid back again.
I do not like that paying back.
I am good friends with my father, and may do anything.
Rob me the exchequer, the first thing thou doest.
I have procured thee, Jack, a charge of foot in this war.
Would it had been of horse.
Bardolph!
My lord.
To horse, for thou and I have 30 miles to ride ere dinner time.
Aye, sir.
Jack, meet me tomorrow in the Temple Hall at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. There thou shalt know thy charge. The land is burning, Hotspur stands on high, and either we or they must lower lie.
England is in arms. From every part of the kingdom, soldiers march to join the civil war. The rebel troops drawn up in battle array by Hotspur are put at disadvantage by the sudden illness of Northumberland. Glendower is 2 weeks late in recruiting his troops. Hotspur and the equally fiery Douglas are determined to go on ahead without them. Worcester and Vernon urge delay. Throughout the night, they wrangle, pacing the dimly lighted tent.
We'll fight with him tonight.
It may not be.
You give him an advantage.
Not a whit. Why say you so? Looks he not for supply?
So do we.
His is certain, ours is doubtful.
Good cousin, be advised. Stir not tonight.
Do not, my lord.
Vernon, you do not counsel well. You speak it out of fear and cold heart.
Do me no slander, Douglas. By my life, I hold as little counsel with weak fear as you, my lord, or any Scot that this day lives. Let it be seen tomorrow in the battle which of us fears.
Yea, or tonight.
Content.
Tonight, say I.
Come, it may not be. I wonder much, being men of such great leading as you are, that you foresee not what impediments drag back our expedition. Your Uncle Worcester's horse came but today, and now their pride and mettle is asleep. Their courage with hard labor, tame and dull.
So are the horses of the enemy. The better part of ours are full of rest.
The number of the king exceedeth ours. For God's sake, cousin, stay till all come in.
My lord, Sir Walter Blunt.
Welcome, Sir Walter Blunt. And would to God you were of our determination.
The king hath sent to know the nature of your griefs, and whereupon you conjure from the breast of civil peace such bold hostility, teaching his duteous land audacious cruelty. If that the king have any way your good deserts forgot, which he confesseth to be manifold, he bids you name your griefs, and with all speed you shall have your desires with interest, and pardon absolute for yourself and these herein misled by your suggestion.
The king is kind, and well we know the king knows at what time to promise, when to pay. My father and my uncle and myself did give him that same royalty he wears.
I come not to hear this.
Then to the point. He deposed the king. Soon after that, deprived him of his life. And in the neck of that, tasked the whole state, disgraced me in my happy victories, and in conclusion drove us to seek out this head of safety, and with all to pry into his title, the which we find too indirect for long continuance.
Shall I return this answer to the king?
Not so, Sir Walter. We'll withdraw a while. Go to the king, and let there be in pawn some surety for a safe return again. And in the morning early shall my uncle bring him our purposes. And so farewell.
I would you would accept of grace and love.
And maybe so we shall.
Pray God you do.
Royal encampment, the King and the Prince of Wales watched the dawn break over the field of battle. They await a messenger from the rebel camp.
How bloodily the sun begins to peer above yon bosky hill. The day looks pale at his distemperature.
The southern wind doth play the trumpet to his purpose, and by his hollow whistling in the leaves foretells a tempest and a blustering day.
Then with the losers let it sympathize, for nothing can seem foul to those that win.
My Lord of Worcester.
Your Majesty.
And I, my Lord of Worcester, it is not well that you and I should meet upon such terms as now we meet. You have deceived our trust and made us doff our easy robes of peace to crush our old limbs in ungentle steel. This is not well, my lord. This is not well.
Hear me, my liege. For mine own part, I could be well content to entertain the lag end of my life with quiet hours. For I do protest I have not sought the day of this dislike.
You have not sought it? How comes it, then?
It pleased your Majesty to turn your looks of favor from myself and all our house. And yet I must remember you, my lord, we were the first and dearest of your friends. For you, my staff of office, did I break in Richard's time, and posted day and night to meet you on the way and kiss your hand. It was myself, my brother, and his son that brought you home and boldly did outdare the dangers of the time.
These things, indeed, you have articulate proclaimed at market crosses, read in churches, to face the garment of rebellion, of pell-mell havoc and confusion.
In both your armies, there is many a soul shall pay full dearly for this encounter, if once they join in trial. My Lord of Worcester, tell your nephew, I, the Prince of Wales, do join with all the world in praise of him. I do not think a braver gentleman, more daring or more bold, is now alive to grace this latter age with noble deeds. For my part, I may speak it to my shame, I have a truant been to chivalry, and so I hear he doth account me too. Yet this before my father's majesty, I am content that he shall take the odds of his great name and estimation, and will, to save the blood on either side, try fortune with him in a single fight.
And, Prince of Wales, so dare we venture thee, albeit considerations infinite do make against it. No, good Worcester, no. We love our people well. Even those we love that are misled upon your cousin's part. Will they take the offer of our grace? Both he and they and you. Yea, every man shall be my friend again, and I'll be his. So tell your cousin and bring me word what he will do. But if he will not yield, rebuke and dread correction wait on us. They shall do their office, so be gone.
Liege.
Will not now be troubled with reply. We offer fair. Take it advisedly.
The wily Earl of Worcester fears that Hotspur will be influenced by the king's fair offer and determines not to repeat the message.
Uncle, what news?
The king will bid you battle presently. There is no seeming mercy in the king.
Did you beg any? God forbid.
I told him gently of our grievances. He calls us rebels, traitors, and will scourge with haughty arms this hateful name in us. The Prince of Wales stepped forth before the king, and nephew challenged you to single fight.
Oh, would the quarrel lay upon our heads, and that no man might draw a short breath today, but I and Harry Monmouth, Prince of Wales. Yet once ere night I will embrace him with the soldier's arm, that he shall shrink under my courtesy. Arm with speed, and fellow soldiers, friends, Better consider what you have to do than I that have not well the gift of tongue can lift your blood up with persuasion.
My lord, prepare. The king comes on apace.
Let each man do his best. And here draw I a sword whose temper I intend to stain with the best blood that I can meet withal in the adventure of this perilous day. Now, Esperance, Percy, and set on. Sound all the lofty instruments of war, and by that music let us all embrace. For heaven to earth, some of us never shall a second time do such a courtesy.
Battle rages fiercely. On both sides, brave men are killed and maimed and lost to England forever. But as the day wanes, when only the strongest and luckiest still stand, the two great protagonists of the drama meet at last, both bleeding, both weary, and both determined.
I mistake not, thou art Harry Monmouth.
Thou speakst as if I would deny my name.
My name is Harry Percy.
Why, then I see a very valiant rebel of the name. I am the Prince of Wales, and think not Hotspur to share with me in glory any more. Two stars keep not their motion in one sphere, nor can one England brook a double reign of Harry Percy and the Prince of Wales.
Nor shall it, Harry, for the hour is come to end the one of us, and would to God thy name in arms were now as great as mine.
I'll make it greater ere I part from thee, and all the budding honours on thy crest I'll crop to make a garland for my head.
Oh, I can no longer brook thy vanity.
Arrest thee then!
Oh, Harry, thou hast robbed me of my youth. I better brook the gross loss of brittle life than those proud titles thou hast won of me. They wound my thoughts worse than thy sword in my flesh. The thoughts, the slaves of life, time's fool, and time that takes survey of all the world must have a stop. Oh, I could prophesy, but that the earthy and cold hand of death lies on my tongue. No, Hotspur, thou art dust and food.
For worms, brave Hotspur. Fare thee well, great heart. Ill-weaved ambition, how much art thou shrunk, when that this body did contain a spirit, a kingdom for it was too small a bound. But now 2 paces of the vilest earth is room enough. This earth that bears thee dead bears not alive so stout a gentleman. Adieu, and take thy praise with thee to heaven.
The death of Hotspur cracks the power of the rebels, but long months of fighting must go on. The Prince of Wales, having dealt with his personal adversary, loses interest and returns to his old haunts and companions. The king is broken in health by the strain of war and is discouraged by the relapse of his son. He falls into a serious illness. The Prince of Wales is summoned hastily to the palace. Now the king and the prince are together in the royal chamber. On the bed of state lies the king in the deep coma of approaching death. Beside him on a crimson pillow lies the crown of England. The young prince bends over his father.
My gracious lord, my father, this sleep is sound indeed. This is a sleep that from this golden rigole hath divorced so many English kings. Thy due from me is tears and heavy sorrows of the blood. My due from thee is this imperial crown, which, as immediate from thy place and blood, derives itself to me. Lo, where it sits, which God shall guard and put the world's whole strength into one giant arm. It shall not force this lineal honor from me. This from thee will I to mine leave, as 'tis left to me.
The prince has gone with the crown. Now the king awakens from his coma, finds himself alone, cries out.
Westmoreland! Clarence! Does the king call?
What will your majesty?
How fare, Sir Grace? Why did you leave me here alone, my lords? Where is the crown? Who took it from my pillow?
When we withdrew, my liege, we left it here.
Prince hath ta'en it hence. Go, seek him out. Is he so hasty that he doth suppose my sleep, my death? Wherefore did he take away the crown? Lo, where he comes. Come hither to me, Harry. Depart the chamber. Leave us here alone.
I never thought to hear you speak again.
Thy wish was father, Harry, to that thought. Thy life did manifest thou lovest me not. And thou wilt have me die assured of it. Then get thee gone and dig my grave thyself, and bid the merry bells ring to thine ear that thou art crowned, not that I am dead. For now time is come to mock at form. Harry the Fifth is crowned. Up vanity, down royal state. All you sage counselors hence, to the English court assemble now from every region. Apes of idleness, now neighbor confines, purge you of your scum. Have you a ruffian that will swear, drink, dance, revel the night, rob, murder, commit the oldest sins, the newest kind of ways? Be happy. He will trouble you no more. England shall double gild his treble guilt. England shall give him office, honor, might. For the fifth Harry from curbed license plucks the muzzle of restraint, and the wild dog shall flesh his tooth on every innocent. Oh, my poor kingdom, sick with civil blows. Oh, thou wilt be a wilderness again, peopled with wolves, thy old inhabitants.
Oh, pardon me, my liege. But for my tears, the moist impediments unto my speech, I had forestalled this dear and deep rebuke, ere you with grief had spoke, or I had heard the cause of it so far. There is your crown, and he that wears the crown immortally, long guard it yours. God witness with me when I here came in and found no course of breath within your majesty. How cold it struck my heart. If I do feign, oh, let me in my present wildest die and never live to show the incredulous world the noble change that I have purposed in. Coming to look on you, thinking you dead, and dead almost, my liege, to think you were, I spake unto this crown as having sense. Accusing it, I put it on my head to try with it, as with an enemy that had before my face murdered my father, the quarrel of a true inheritor. But if it did infect my blood with joy, or swell my thoughts to any strain of pride, if any rebel or vain spirit of mine did with the least affection of a welcome give entertainment to the might of it, let God forever keep it from my head, and make me as the poorest vessel is, that doth with awe and terror kneel to it.
Oh, my son. Come hither, Harry, and sit thou by my bed, and hear, I think, the very latest counsel that ever I shall breathe. God knows, my son, by what bypaths and indirect crooked ways I met this crown. And I myself know well how troublesome it sat upon my head. To thee it shall descend with better quiet, better opinion, better confirmation. For all the soil of the achievement goes with me into the earth.
seemed in me but as an honor snatched with boisterous hand. And I had many living to upbraid my game of it by their assistances, which daily grew to quarrel and to bloodshed, wounding supposed peace. And now my death changes the mood. For what in me was purchased falls upon thee in a more fairer sort. How came I by the crown? Oh, God forgive, and grant it may with thee in true peace live.
My gracious liege. Oh, oh.
The king is dead. Long live the king! Cheering crowds line the streets of London to see young Hal, who has this day been crowned King Henry V of England. Now the procession is returning from Westminster Abbey. The cheers grow louder. In the front rank stands old Sir John Falstaff and his disreputable companions. He is tipsy with wine and drunk with the prospects of his future fortunes as the king's crony.
Stand here by me, Master Robert Shallow. Pistol, stand behind me. I will make the king do you grace. I will leer upon him. God save thy grace, King Hal, my royal Hal, my royal Hal! The heavens thee guard and keep, most royal imp of fame. God save thee, my sweet boy.
My Lord Chief Justice, speak to that vain man.
Have you your wits? Know you what 'tis you speak? My king, my Jove, I speak to thee, my heart.
I know thee not, old man. Fall to thy prayers. How ill white hairs become a fool and jester. I have long dreamt of such a kind of man, so surfeit-swelled, so old and so profane. But being awaked, I do despise my dream. For God doth know, so shall the world perceive, that I have turned away my former self. So will I those that kept me company. When thou dost hear I am as I have been, approach me, and thou shalt be as thou wast, the tutor and the feeder of my riots. Till then I banish thee on pain of death, as I have done the rest of my misleaders, not to come near our person by 10 miles. For competence of life, I will allow you, that lack of means enforce you not to evil. And as we hear you do reform yourselves, we will, according to your strengths and qualities, give you advancement. Be it your charge, Lord Justice, to see performed the tenure of our word. Set on!
The curtain falls at Columbia's Music Box Theater in Hollywood on the radio adaptation of Shakespeare's Henry IV. Downstage, acknowledging the enthusiastic applause, are Walter Huston, who played the king, Brian Aherne, who was Prince of Wales, Walter Connolly, who portrayed the rotund Sir John Falstaff, Humphrey Bogart, who was the turbulent Hotspur, and Dame May Whitty, who was Mrs. Quickly, the hostess. Ben Webster played Westmoreland, Ian McLaren was Worcester, Patrick J. Kelly was Sir Walter Blunt, Eric Snowden was Northumberland, and Jack Smart was Poins. In tonight's performance, you heard Brian Aherne, who just completed the picture, The Great Garrick, for Mervyn LeRoy. Walter Connolly, who appeared through the courtesy of Columbia Pictures, Humphrey Bogart, courtesy of Warner Brothers Pictures Incorporated, and Dame May Whitty, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Conway Turl was the narrator, and the musical score was arranged and conducted by Victor Bay. The play was adapted for radio and produced by Brewster Morgan. Next week, from our playhouse in New York City, Columbia will conclude its 1937 Shakespearean cycle with the delightful fantasy, Twelfth Night. Again, you will hear an all-star cast headed by Sir Cedric Hardwicke, Helen Menken, Tallulah Bankhead, Orson Welles, and Estelle Winwood. Remember the date, next Monday night, same time, same stations. Columbia's production of Twelfth Night. This has been a presentation of the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hollywood, California, Monday, April 12th. The Lux Radio Theater presents Walter Huston, Nan Sunderland, and Fay Bainter in Dodsworth. Lux presents Hollywood. Our stars, Walter Huston, Nan Sunderland, Fay Bainter, Gregory Gay, and John Carradine. Our guests, Sidney Howard, distinguished playwright, Pulitzer Prize winner, and adapter of Dodsworth, and Walter Plunkett, one of Hollywood's best-known costume designers. Our producer, Cecil B. DeMille. Our conductor, Louis Silvers. From our stage on Hollywood Boulevard, our stars, our guests, and our staff join me in a coast-to-coast greeting, as once again it's my privilege to say, welcome, everyone, to the Lux Radio Theater. This program is brought to you by the makers of Lux Flakes, those tissue-thin diamonds of soap that women everywhere use for their nice things. You undoubtedly have a box of Lux in the house right now, like other Lux Radio Theater listeners. But have you a package out in the kitchen, near the sink where you do the dishes? Lux has no harmful alkali, as harsh kitchen soaps often have, to parch and roughen the hands. Just a spoonful does the trick, and it leaves hands smooth and white, so they are as pretty a setting for your rings as the day you were married. So tomorrow, and every day after, reach for the familiar blue box of Lux Flakes as you start the dishes. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Disregarding traditions has been the secret of many a man's success. Hannibal astounded and crushed his enemies by converting elephants from draft animals to war machines. Louis Pasteur by taking the virus of rabies and turning it into a cure for rabies. Benjamin Franklin faced the lightning, terror of all mankind before him, and with a key and a kite introduced us to the wonders of electricity. There are those who dare in words as well as deeds, and tonight's play provides the perfect example. The unwritten law of the theater says that best-selling novels do not always make successful plays. Sidney Howard wrote one of the exceptions to that proves the rule when he adapted Sinclair Lewis' novel, Dodsworth, for the stage. A dramatic triumph for 3 years, it was sold to pictures for the record-breaking sum of $160,000. Walter Huston broke the theatrical legend that actors never stop acting when he stopped acting to become a city engineer. He brought power and light to St. Louis until he was sure that he could bring power and light to the theater, which he'd left as an unknown. He returned to become a great star. As we greet Walter tonight, we also welcome the two other stars with whom he shared his Broadway ovations. His wife, Nan Sunderland, resuming her role of Edith Cartwright, and Miss Fay Bainter, who journeyed from New York to be with us as Fran. From the screen version, we have Gregory Gay as Kurt, while John Carradine that discovery of mine, will be heard as Arnold Israel. Curtain time. Louis Silver's Raised Baton, the old familiar words, the Lux Radio Theater presents. And tonight we give you Dodsworth, with Walter Huston, Nan Sunderland, Fay Bainter, Gregory Gay, and John Carradine. Our scene is the comfortably furnished library of the Dodsworth home in Zenith. It's late afternoon, and Fran Dodsworth, smartly dressed for traveling, sits beside the fire, checking over a list of things to be done before her departure. Mary, the maid, listens attentively.
Let me see now, Mary. Wasn't there something else? Oh, yes, the books on the table. My husband's taking them along. See if you can't slip them in his big leather suitcase.
Yes, Mrs. Dodsworth.
And send all the old magazines to the Salvation Army.
Yes, Mrs. Dodsworth.
And when my daughter and Mr. McKee get back from their honeymoon, I put all the wedding presents that came after they left in the closet in Miss Emily's old room.
I'll tell her, ma'am.
Oh, Sam, how are you, dear? That's all, Mary.
Yes, Mrs. Dodsworth.
Well, is everything settled?
It's all over. The Revelations Motor Company, Samuel Dodsworth, president and founder, became the property of United Motors a little over an hour ago.
How do you feel?
Well, how would any man feel who just sold 25 years of his life?
I suppose you feel sort of lost.
Well, I knew what I was doing when I sold, Fran, and I know what I'm after from now on.
But you mustn't feel lost, though. I mean, that feeling will wear off. Life isn't going to be empty from now on. It's going to be fuller than ever and richer for both of us, Sam. Think, darling, you're free. After 20 years of doing what was expected of us, we are free.
Yes, I suppose so.
Well, don't look so mournful about it, darling. It's all so exciting to me.
But I'm just as keen on this trip as you are, Fran. I'm raring to go. I've always wanted to see London and Paris.
Oh, but I want much more than a trip out of this, Sam. I want a new life all over from the very beginning. A perfectly glorious, free, adventurous life.
What's to prevent?
Nothing if we start out on a free foot. Why, I'd almost be willing to sell this house so we'd have nothing to bind us here.
Why, good Lord, Fran, it's our home. We built ourselves into it.
What I want is to get us some new selves now.
Me?
Yes, you. Why, if you weren't tied to this deadly, middle-class, Western town...
Now, Fran, don't start knocking Zenith. I can be free enough without going back on my hometown.
Well, I'm thinking of my freedom, too. In Europe, a woman of my age is just getting to where men take a serious interest in her. And I just won't be put on the shelf by my daughter when I can still dance better and longer than she can. I've got brains. Thank God I still got looks. And no one takes me for over 35 or 30 even. I'm begging you for life, Sam. No, I'm not. I'm demanding it.
I see how you feel. All right, I'll enjoy life now if it kills me, and it probably will.
We've earned this trip, Sam. It's coming to both of us. You've got plenty to show for all your work. We brought up Emily and seen her married, and I've done my part, Sam. It hasn't always been easy.
Well, it will be, dear, from now on.
Sam, I'll love you so much more when you're not just an old horse in a treadmill.
I saw you, bloody European travelers.
Hello, matey. Hello, Tubby.
Oh, dear.
Parlez-vous français? Sprechen Sie Deutsch? Got the spaghetti?
Oh, stop being funny, Tubby.
No, I'd let him alone, matey. He's just glad to see us go.
Sure. How are you, Fran?
All right. Let me take your things, matey.
Thanks. We weren't satisfied just to come to the station with everyone else, Sam. We are going to New York with you.
What?
That's right. Me and the wife's going to see you off at the pier. Toot-toot. All ashore.
Hey,
Bye-bye.
that's great. Isn't it great, Fran?
Yes. I'll run up and close the bag.
Oh, let me come along, Fran. I won't be in the way.
Well, Tubby, you old son of a gun, how about a cocktail?
No, thanks.
What's wrong with you?
I think I'll stay sober until after I've given you a hunk of my mind.
What have I done?
You know darn well what you've done. Americans like you and me can't quit work, Sam. We're meant to keep on working till we die in harness.
Tubby, I'm out to make a new life for myself.
Huh.
Yeah, I'm out to learn how to enjoy my leisure now I've retired. I've been doing things that people expected of me always.
Oh, shut up. If you think I can see my oldest and closest friend turned into an expatriate parlor snake because Zenith isn't good enough for his wife.
Now, easy, Tubby, easy.
Ever since college, I've guessed you and looked up to you. You're pretty near everything I'm not and ought to be. But you're a blame fool when it comes to your wife.
You don't know what you're talking about.
What are you doing, Tubby? Trying to get Sam to buy back the company?
No, I wasn't. But Sam's going to regret this the end of his life. He knows it as well as I do.
No, I don't. I don't know anything of the kind. All I know is I'm out to see some of the world I haven't seen and get a perspective on the USA. I might get to know myself at the same time. I might even get to know my wife. Fran, Did I remember to tell you today that I adore you?
There she goes! Take care of yourself, Captain.
Bye, Sam. Bye, Fran.
Good luck, Sam. Look out for those drinks, gal.
Oh, Major Lockett.
Here you are. I've been looking for you, friend.
Have you? Wasn't the captain's dinner delightful?
Done up quite well, I thought. Where's your husband?
I left him out on deck to cool off. The fresh air won't hurt him. He thinks he sees a lighthouse or something.
Sorry it's over, friend.
Sorry, what's over?
The voyage.
No, not that I've been bored. You've taken excellent care of that, Major Lockett. If it hadn't been for meeting you Britishers, though. Sam says he can't wait to set foot on British soil. Well, neither can I. Oh, but when I do set foot...
You'll try your wings?
That's very pretty, Major. I hope I don't fall.
I've been laying out things for us to do in London.
For us to do?
Why not?
Fran, it was land.
Oh, was it, Sammy,
Yeah,
dear?
Bishop's Light, they call it. Say, if I had a motorboat, I could be ashore in half an hour. Ashore in England. I can't believe we've done it.
If you keep on across the ocean in a straight line, Sammy, darling, you're bound to strike land sooner or later.
I know, but England...
That's the most natural part of it, Dodsworth. If it were Africa now, where England ought to be.
Hey, my first sight of England isn't funny to me. Come on, Fran, come on and look at the light,
I'd
huh?
rather dance. Coming, Major Lockett?
All right, you two go along, and I'll join you after I've calmed down.
Mr. Dodsworth,
Oh, hello, Mrs. Cartwright.
what was it you just called that light? I saw it, too.
Bishop's Light. Of course, I've never been across before. I got excited.
There's nothing like a first trip to Europe.
Yeah, especially when you're old enough to know what you're after.
What are you after?
I'm enjoying my leisure. You see, I've been doing things myself for a long time now. I thought I'd give things a chance to do something to me.
The education of an American.
Yes, you might call it that.
How long have you given yourself?
6 months. Oh, I'll be homesick by then.
Yes. I was homesick the first year I came over.
Came over? Where from?
Michigan.
Oh, are you an American, Mrs. Cartwright?
Well, I don't know what I am. I used to be a British subject by marriage. I don't know that one can be a British subject by divorce. I expect I'm just a woman who lives in Italy.
Italy? Why?
It's cheap.
Say, what's it like?
That depends on what one's after, as you'd say.
Well, when a man has no more job and his wife wants a fling, there are worse things than travel.
Much worse.
But for a steady thing, give me America. For Americans, that is.
Your wife wouldn't say that.
She will by the time our 6 months are up.
I hope she does. Drifting isn't nearly as pleasant as it looks.
Say, if you don't like it, why don't you give it up?
One drifts for lack of reason to do anything else.
Well, what do you want?
What do you suppose any lone woman wants?
I guess I've been talking too much again. I'm sorry, Mrs. Cartwright. Hey, look around you, Fran. Piccadilly, London.
Sam, please.
You know, I can't get over it. Smell it. Sooty. That's the coal smoke. Listen to it, Fran. New York may be noisier, but this is deeper.
Sam, don't act like a tourist. Come on.
All right.
Well, here we are. Come in, Major Lockett.
Thanks.
It was a grand evening, wasn't it?
It was for me.
Well, Sam. Sam, dear. I guess he's not home yet. Sit down, Clyde.
It's rather late.
Oh, please, Clyde. He's gone off to a stag dinner. Won't be home for hours yet. You can keep me company.
I say, he isn't likely to come in roaring, is he, and shoot me when he finds me here.
Sam. Sam has all the old-fashioned virtues except jealousy.
Call it a virtue, do you?
Well, when a wife who isn't exactly plain seems to be attractive to other men and doesn't mind when they show her that they are attractive.
Oh, quite. Yes, I see what you mean.
Clyde, you're not being as amusing as usual tonight.
I don't feel amusing.
Be informing, then.
I'd rather hold your hand. You don't mind?
You do it so beautifully. I rather like it.
Fran, do me a favor.
What?
Don't go trekking over to the continent. You belong here, Fran. I need you here.
You don't mean that. And I don't want you to mean it.
Fran, darling.
Clyde, please. Please.
There. Does that show you that I mean it?
That was a very silly thing to do, Clyde.
Fran,
And I didn't like it. I think you'd better go.
are you trying to make me feel that you resented my kissing you?
Did you think I wouldn't resent it?
Sorry. I thought I was doing what was expected of me.
I thought civilized people knew where an innocent flirtation stops. Will you go, please?
Of course. Fran, you've the most charming and childish misconception of yourself. You think you're a woman of the world. You're nothing of the sort. And I'm afraid you never will be.
Oh, hello.
Oh, hello there, Dodsworth.
You folks just get in?
Yes.
How was the show?
All right. If you like entertainment that ends badly. Good night.
Good night. You know, he's not so bad. He's fresh, but he's not so bad. Why, darling, what's the matter? What is it?
I've never been so furious in my life.
What, Lockhart?
Don't you mention that rotter's name.
Well, what did he do?
He insulted me.
Yeah? How far did he go?
When I tried to put him in his place, he said things to me. He said things. I can't bear it.
I suppose it's up to me to go out and shoot him.
Don't joke, Sam.
Well, I would feel rather like a fool. You know, you and I aren't up to this sort of thing. It kind of makes us look like the hicks we are.
Sam.
Well, it does, and it's your own fault for leading him on.
So I'm to blame.
He must have had some excuse for making a pass. You have been flirting with him, and you've got such a sweet way of bawling me out in front of him that he'd naturally
I've never
conclude
said
he
anything
could...
to embarrass you. I've always been loyal to you. You'll be sorry. You'll be sorry.
Oh, Fran, I'm tired.
I'm tired, too.
All right, then we're both tired.
Sam,
Well, what is it now?
we never used to scrap so much at home.
I guess we haven't got enough else to do over here.
Don't say that. It's England. England's such a strain. I want to go over to France tomorrow, Sam.
But I don't. I like it here.
I don't.
Now, I'm just beginning to get on to things in London. I've got a date to look at some airplane factories tomorrow.
I don't care if you have.
France will be so foreign.
I want it to be. I want to start all over. I'm so ashamed of this Lockett business. And I can't stay in this country with that man laughing at me and saying...
What, that you kicked him out?
You've got to take me away, Sam. I don't trust myself. I'm afraid of myself.
Afraid, sweetheart?
Yes, I am. I'm just a woolly American like you are. And if you ever catch me trying to be anything else, will you beat me?
Well, will I have to beat you very long at a time?
Walter Huston, Nan Sunderland, and Fay Bainter will continue in Dodsworth shortly. But now we take you into a typical Lux home on the West Coast. 16-year-old Rosalie is setting the table in the dining room, and young brother Bobby comes in. When he sees his sister, things begin to happen. Let's listen.
Mother, please make Bobby stop.
What's the matter now?
Oh, he's being horrid. Just listen.
She got runs in her stockings with holes in the toes. Awful to look upon, my pretty Irish rose.
Now, Rose, you mustn't blame your brother for criticizing your stockings when you have an enormous run like that.
But, Mommy, it's bad enough having runs without a boys making fun of them.
Who's to blame for your having runs, my pet? Haven't I told you again and again that it pays to stick to Lux? Because Lux cuts down on runs?
Of course, Mother's right, as mothers usually are. Lux Flakes do cut down on runs because Lux is especially made to preserve the elasticity that silk has when new. Then the threads can stretch under strain and spring back without breaking. Lux has none of the harmful alkali found in many ordinary soaps, and with Lux you avoid injurious cake soap rubbing. If you are not already using Lux Flakes for your stockings, make a note to buy some tomorrow. Our producer, Mr. DeMille, continues.
We continue with Dodsworth, starring Walter Huston, Nan Sunderland, and Fay Bainter. 1 month has passed, and the Dodsworths are in Paris. We're in their hotel suite, where they've been entertaining some of their newfound friends. On a balcony high above the city, we find Fran Dodsworth with Arnold Israel, a suavely polished citizen of the world.
And what can I do to make myself a part of your Paris, Mrs. Dodsworth?
Come to dine again, Arnold.
No, you and your husband must come to me now. Tuesday at 8. Quai Voltaire. Through the carousel and straight over the river.
Oh, what a charming address. Where do you call your home, Arnold?
I was born in Krakow. I grew up here. I keep my residence in New York, a flat in London, and a villa at Antibes.
What an ideal existence.
I believe in freedom and variety.
So do I.
Well, that should cement our friendship. Madame de Penable tells me that you and she are taking a villa on Lake Geneva for the summer.
Well, it hasn't been settled.
Then you will not return to America with your husband in June?
That hasn't been settled either.
I expect to be in Geneva in August. Perhaps
Oh, you must come to see us. I mean, if we're there.
I shall be delighted. Really delighted.
Mrs. Dodsworth.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Cartwright?
Everyone seems to be going. I must say good night.
And so must I. It's been a charming evening, Mrs. Dodsworth. I've been happy to celebrate your birthday with you.
Oh, I hadn't realized it was your birthday, Mrs. Dodsworth.
I wish I hadn't. No woman really enjoys getting to be 35.
When you're 40, as I am, you look back on 35 as a most agreeable age.
I hope I look as young as you do, Mrs. Cartwright, when I'm 40.
You're almost sure to, my dear.
Well, I must get my coat.
My dear, don't.
What?
You're so charming. Be sure you're right.
I don't know what you're talking about. Shall we go in?
Well, sir, then I went in where Napoleon was crowned, and I sat down. And there I was, Napoleon and Sam Dodsworth of Zenith together.
Mr. Dodsworth has been telling us his impression of Paris.
Oh, yes?
The manufacturer of automobiles comes into contact with Gothic permanence and finds it...
Right. That's what I like about sightseeing. Shows you how small you are in time as well as space. Of course, Fran says it isn't the thing to do, but I like it. What do you say, Kurt?
Paris? Oh, I detest it. For me, it's a motion picture made by lunatics.
I have listened while an American automobile magnate, an Austrian travel agent, and an international banker had explained Paris to me, a Parisian. Eh bien, now I go home. Good night, my dearest Fran.
Good night, Madame de Penable. Good night, Court, dear. Thanks for my sweet flowers. Call me up tomorrow. Maybe we can dance somewhere for tea.
Oh, thank you.
Good night. Good night, Kurt. Good night, Arnold.
Good night, Mr. Dodsworth.
Oh, you going too, Mrs. Cartwright?
I must. I stole a bit of your letter paper to write my Italian address on. Here it is. Come and see me.
Say, we'd love to, Mrs. Cartwright.
Please do. Good night.
Good night.
You like that woman, don't you?
Well, you thought she was the most distinguished-looking woman on the boat.
She seems a frump in Paris. Though, you know, I'm always glad to see any of your friends, Sam, even the not particularly amusing ones.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'll go to bed. Coming?
Yeah, say, Fran.
Yes?
Haven't we had about enough of Paris?
My dear Sam, unfasten the shoulder strap, will you, mon vieux?
No, I mean, isn't it about time we thought about going back home?
Home?
Yeah, I don't see much percentage just sitting here on my rear end. Got some business I want to attend to. I'd like to see how Emily's getting along with her honeymoon, and I'd like to be in New Haven for my class reunion.
Sam,
Yeah?
why don't you go home?
What, without you?
Yes. Get yourself a new lease on life, then come back and join me. Why don't you?
No, I wouldn't want to go home without you, Fran.
Well, I can see you aren't enjoying Paris. I'm only thinking of your pleasure. If you thought of mine, you wouldn't ask me to leave here when we're meeting such nice people.
I don't think they're so nice.
Well, we needn't go into that again.
Well, I don't, and I don't see what you see in. Now, this Arnold Israel may be all he says he is internationally and financially, but he certainly is no Barney Baruch.
Sam.
Mrs. Penable, well, she may be all right, but I hate to think who pays the bill when that young Austrian Kurt takes you out.
Arnold Israel happens to be one of the most distinguished living financiers.
Yeah.
Renee. And it is Madame de Penable, not Mrs. Is a true woman of the great world here. Court may be poor, but he holds one of the oldest titles in Austria, and they all belong to the most amusing and exclusive crowd in Paris.
Fran, do you think the real thing in Paris would hang out with a couple of hicks like us?
Hicks?
All right, now what else are we? I'm just an ordinary American businessman, and I married the daughter of a Zenith brewer who seems to be flying pretty high these days.
I suppose you know what you mean by that?
Well, why won't you sit at a sidewalk cafe with me?
Because smart people don't.
I'm not smart.
Now let's have the one about the great motor magnate and all he's done for the automobile industry. You may be the most impressive man in Zenith, but you're not in Zenith now. You're in Paris now. And I'm sick and tired of apologizing to my friends.
Have you been apologizing to this crowd for me? Hello? Yes? Well, I'm sorry. All right. Well, we've been making so much noise, someone's complained.
Oh, how humiliating.
Yes, isn't it? All right, go ahead. Pipe down, but go ahead. I'm waiting.
You are hopeless. If you had the mistiest notion of civilization here...
Yeah, well, maybe I don't think so much of it, though. Maybe clean hospitals, concrete highways, and no soldiers along the Canadian border come near my idea of civilization. There are 20 million automobiles in America. I've contributed something to every one of them from my own personal civilization. And if that isn't more than knowing how to order dinner as your friend, the madam...
Don't call her the madam.
All right. Let's not go into that again. I'm going to get out of this town and back to doing something and take you along.
I'm not going, Sam.
Oh, yes, you are.
I think we need a vacation from each other.
Well, I don't feel that way about it.
I've taken a villa with René de Penalve in Switzerland.
Well, I think you might have told me.
I've got my own money.
Fran.
What?
Fran, my darling, you're not drifting away from me.
I hope not.
What, you and I, Fran, after 20 years? All right, I'll give it up. I won't go home.
You've got to go. I can't stand being torn this way any longer. I'm suffocating. I'm sorry for everything mean I've said, but if we're going on together, I've got to be left alone this summer. Oh, don't look so hurt, and please don't be angry. Or do be angry if it's going to make you any happier. But remember that I did make a real home for you, and I'll do it again. But you've got to let me have my fling now, because you're simply rushing at old age, Sam. And I'm not ready for that yet. What are you looking at?
Shipping news. I just thought I'd see the first boat I could catch.
Look at this. Sam Dodsworth's home.
Sam Dodsworth's home.
Said he had a class reunion.
Sam Dodsworth, and she's not with him.
Well, why should I say anything I didn't think?
You didn't think what would make me think.
Well, maybe I don't care what you think.
Well, you'd better care what I think.
Hello, Dad. Hello, Tubby. Matey's here. We've been waiting for you.
Sam, Tubby.
Was it fun in New Haven? Did you have a good time?
Had a wonderful time.
Oh, what is this, a heat wave or just a hangover?
It's Sam.
Sam, yeah.
I'm going home.
All right, go ahead.
Sit down, Tubby.
I'm going home.
Tubby.
Anything wrong, Dad?
No. Has a cable come for me today?
Not yet.
Well, there should have been a cable from your mother.
Well, I can telephone.
No, don't bother. If a cable had come, they'd have sent it out, wouldn't they?
Well, don't be cross, Father.
I'm not being cross. In the old days, I wouldn't have to ask if there was a cable. Been laid out on my table for me. The way things are run around this house, I can't find anything of mine.
Well, I know things aren't the way they used to be, but please don't be difficult.
Well, why shouldn't I be difficult when a man's made to feel more homeless in his own house than he did in Paris?
I'm sorry you feel that way.
It's true. Only I'm not being difficult. Where's my mail?
There isn't any.
No mail? My mail should be laid out on that table.
But, Father, if there hasn't been any...
Your mother
to lay
always
out.
had my mail laid out on that table. No cable, no mail.
Is that the trouble, Sam?
What?
No cable and no mail.
No. Have a cigar, Tubby?
Anything, Sam? Anything?
All right, where are the cigars?
Why, Harry smokes cigarettes. I'll order some.
No, don't bother. Never would have been like this in your mother's day. No mail, no cigars, no cable.
Father, I'm sorry things aren't the way they used to be, but Harry and I are living in this house now, and I wish you'd stop speaking of Mother as though she were dead.
I'm not speaking of your mother as though
yes, you are, Sam.
Well, her mother's coming home.
Is
dead?
Well, she's coming any time now. I wrote her over a week ago. Told her to come back. I'm just waiting for her to cable. Tell me what the boat is.
Oh, Mr. Dodsworth.
Yeah, what's the matter with you?
Here's a cable for you. It came this afternoon.
Thank heaven. Maybe you'll get a little peace and quiet around here now, Emily.
What's the matter, Sam?
Isn't Mother coming?
Well, it's nothing. This is not from your mother.
Go outside, Tubby.
Huh? Oh, sure.
Come on, Tubby.
Yeah. So long, you old horse thief.
Sam, what is it?
She's not coming, matey.
I guessed as much. What does she say?
Want a few more months, Europe. Hope you're having good time home. Not one word about me going over.
No, she's thoughtless.
No, she's not, matey. She's scared.
Scared? Of what?
Of growing old.
Sam, those people she's with, the ones she mentioned in her last letter, do you know them?
Yeah, sure.
Like 'em?
They're all right.
Who's, Arnold Israel?
Israel. Well, he's one of those custom-built internationals you see in the road to graveyard section every Sunday.
Oh. Well, give us a kiss now.
Say, will you lay off those European liberties with my wife?
Oh, come on, Tubby.
Hello. Telegraph office. Hello, Samuel Dodsworth speaking. Take a cable. Going to Mrs. Dodsworth. Same address as my last. Ready? Sailing Aquitania Wednesday. Meet me Ritz, Paris. Love. Signed, Sam. And take another. Going to A.B. Hurd Agency, London. Sailing Aquitania Wednesday. Stop. Using utmost discretion, ascertain day-to-day address of Arnold Israel, Paris. Keep me informed, wireless. Signed, Dodsworth. Send them both straight. Yeah, repeat them, will you? Well, Fran, this looks natural.
This week was as cool as anything in Paris, so I took it again.
You must be tired from your trip. How long is it from Lake Geneva?
Oh, I've come much further than that. I've come all the way from Biarritz.
Biarritz, huh?
Yes, I was alone, of course.
Mm-hmm.
What are you looking at, Sam?
Did I remember to write you that I adore you?
Why, no. I don't believe that you did. Do you? Why do you keep looking at your watch?
I'm expecting a caller.
At this time of night, who?
At Cherbourg, I sent a man a telegram to meet me here. He's late. I'll give him 10 minutes more.
You're very mysterious. I've never seen you like this before.
No, I've never seen you like this either, Fran.
Well, if we have to stay in this stifling room, how's Emily?
Everybody's very happy. She's fine. She's going to, And I'll answer it. Wait a minute.
I'll wait in the bedroom.
No, wait. I'd rather you stayed. Steady, darling. Sit down. Come in.
Arnold.
Good evening.
Frank, I tried to reach you on the telephone to let you know I was coming.
Yes, and you came from Biarritz, too, didn't you? I wanted to see you two face to face. I know the whole story.
I never heard anything so outrageous in my life. Suppose Arnold was in Switzerland. What if he was in Biarritz? Do you know how insulting you are?
You don't know how insulting I'm going to be if you don't stop this play acting.
Play acting?
Yeah, I know where you've been, and I know who you've been with. Now, what I want to know is, are you coming home with me or staying here in Europe?
Sam.
You wouldn't put matters so bluntly if you understood,
I
Dodsworth.
I understand. I'm sure that you and Kurt and Madame de Penable have given her things she wanted and never got from me. But I'm interested in what I need and want. And that happens to be peace of mind.
But if you bring yourself to see matters reasonably...
I've crossed the Atlantic to be reasonable. Fran, I've loved you and been married to you for 20 years. I'd like to hang on to you if I can. You want to marry each other?
My dear man.
No, we don't.
You want to divorce me?
I can tell you she doesn't.
Is that true, Fran?
Why should I want to divorce you? You're my husband.
You couldn't very well divorce me if I weren't.
You can laugh.
Yes, I can do worse than that.
That much having been cleared up, what have you to suggest?
That Fran and I try and forget what's happened. Start out on a long hike tomorrow, the Tyrol, Italy, any place. Then sail home in October.
No, Sam, no. No, not just yet.
Now, then you'll divorce me or I'll divorce you.
Sam.
Now, I've told you where I stand.
You're trying to take my youth away from me and tie me down to being an old man's wife.
You've got your choice.
You're trying to take my happiness away, the only romantic happiness I've ever known.
Fran, please, that was unnecessary.
Hey, listen, I didn't call you in here to defend me.
It's too ridiculous.
It is ridiculous.
Certainly it's ridiculous. I knew we'd all end by looking like fools.
I'll go now, if you will excuse me.
Sure, I'll excuse you.
I hope you achieve your peace of mind. Good night.
Thank you. Good night. Now, I'm going to see this thing through if I can. I'm ready to wipe the slate clean if you are.
Well, when do we start? Where do we go?
Wherever you like. Till we go home in October.
Zenith in October.
Well, you'll be wanting to go home. Emily's having a baby in October.
Emily, a baby? She didn't tell me.
No, she left that to me.
Well, how is she? Is she well?
She's fine.
I must send her a cable. Think of Emily having...
So you see, we've got to behave ourselves because we'll be a couple of old grandparents in October.
Grandparents.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
KMX, the Columbia Station, Los Angeles.
The last chapter in our story of Dodsworth, starring Walter Huston, Nan Sunderland, and Fay Bainter, is revealed shortly. For his many contributions to the American stage, theater lovers owe a great debt of gratitude to the playwright from whom we now hear, Sidney Howard. Besides Dodsworth, he has given us the Silver Cord, the late Christopher Bean, Yellow Jack, and the Pulitzer Prize winner, They Knew What They Wanted. His latest play, The Ghost of Yankee Doodle, will open the fall season of the New York Theater Guild. Mr. Howard is in Hollywood writing the screen version of Gone with the Wind for David O. Selznick. He honors us with his first appearance before a microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Sidney Howard.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille.
As the man responsible for tonight's play, Mr. Howard, what made you select Dodsworth to dramatize?
Well, I wanted to do a job with Sinclair Lewis. Any job. You see, I'd just done a screen adaptation of another book of his, Arrowsmith. And I was spending the summer in Cornish, New Hampshire, just 20 miles from where Lewis lives in Vermont. And Red suggested we turn Dodsworth into a play, and that was the end of that vacation.
I've heard Sinclair Lewis has a disposition as fiery as his hair. How did you find him to work with?
Well, I don't know how fiery his disposition is, but he certainly puts fire into his work. I was writing the play over in Cornish, and whenever I'd strike a snag, I'd drive over to see him. We'd sit in his lawn in front of the loveliest view in Vermont, and he'd loop his long legs around the trunk of an elm tree and roll off ideas much faster than either of us could remember them. That's the way Lewis works, and there's no swank about him either. His typewriter sits right alongside of his bed, and when he's on a novel, he starts at daybreak and keeps at it for 16 hours at a stretch. And with that, he finds time to read at least one detective story a day. You might gather from this that I have considerable affection and admiration for Lewis.
Yes, but what about Dodsworth?
Well, I finished up my first draft and went to New York, where Lewis was reading proof on a novel. We locked ourselves up in a hotel for 2 days. I'd read a speech aloud while Lewis paced up and down. He'd turn on me and say, "That's terrible." Nobody'd ever say a line like that. Then I'd tell him it came right out of his book, word for word. I don't care, he'd say, now it's coming out of the play. And it was always his own speech he was hard on. You see, he wouldn't believe that what he'd written in the novel could be good in the play. It was good, though.
Who deserves the credit for picking Walter Huston as Dodsworth?
Well, very immodestly, that was my idea. And about the best idea I ever had in my life. And now, Mr. DeMille, let me congratulate the Lux Radio Theater on its fine treatment of plays for radio. It's a new field of writing, and these programs set an example that all air shows might well follow. I'm pleased that you've let another play of mine in on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. We'll have more plays of yours. Once again, Dodsworth, starring Walter Huston, Nan Sunderland, and Fay Bainter. October, and Fran Dodsworth and Sam are still in Europe. It's early evening as we find them standing at the window of their hotel room in Berlin, gazing into the faintly luminous darkness. Fran breaks a long silence.
I love Berlin. Don't you, Sam?
I love you, Fran.
Oh, Sam, darling, will you let me thank you for all the lovely places you've taken me?
Have I won you back for my wife, Fran?
Yes, Sam. By not being a Tartar husband. By letting me have fun with that nice little court and not thinking I'm a hussy. By helping me to forget Arnold Israel. Sam, haven't you anything to say to me?
Well, what is there to say?
Well, after I've just opened up my heart to you, it's a little embarrassing for you to stand there and say nothing. It makes me feel self-conscious.
Self-conscious. I guess that's my trouble, Fran. I've lost my bearings. I don't know where we're heading. I think I'll call Emily and hear how the baby got through his first day.
Oh, but there isn't time. Court's coming to take us out to dinner, and you're not even dressed yet.
Well, Court can wait.
It isn't polite. And Sam, I know how thrilled you are over Emily's baby, but you mustn't tell Court.
Why not?
Because he thinks of me as young. And I am.
Fran. Come in.
Hello.
Hello, Court.
Well, is that wife of yours ready for us, Sam? I'll take you to a new restaurant for dinner. A very gay restaurant where only the smartest Berliners know to go. And dance after?
If you can make Sam get dressed.
I'm sorry I didn't feel like getting dressed, but, well, I guess I'll let you two go without me.
No, Sam. You must come with us.
What fun do you think it is for me to sit up all night watching you two dance?
Oh, do not speak so crossly, Sam. You should be happy to see Fran happy.
Well, I didn't mean to snap. But I've just had some pretty important news from home.
News?
Sam.
Yeah, nothing that would interest you, Kurt. But I'd like to sit by myself and think it over.
Perhaps Sam does want to be left alone tonight. But I want to go out. I want to.
All right, go ahead, Kurt. You and Fran run along. I'll be all right.
Come in, Court. I can't go to bed tonight. I've been having too much fun.
I do not like coming in here so late. I do not think that Sam would like it.
Sam's dead to the world. Don't talk loud, that's all.
But, Fran, dear...
Oh, please, Court. Let poor little Fran have her fun while she can. There isn't much time left.
Darling. Darling Fran.
Court.
You know I love you, Fran. You know that. Have you not been happy with me here in Berlin?
Oh, yes, I've been terribly happy. I've loved it. Court, you know I have.
I think you could love me, Fran. I think you could.
There's no good talking about that. There's nothing we can do about it, is there?
No. No, you're married to Sam. I can't ask you to be my wife.
Court. You want me to marry you, Court?
Does that surprise you? Oh, Fran. Why are you not free?
If I were free, Court.
Oh, my darling.
Don't. Please don't.
Oh, forgive me.
I'm not angry. Oh, my dear.
Will you not say a more kind word, Fran?
Some other time.
Will you let me kiss you goodnight?
Oh, Court. Good night, Court.
Good night, Fran.
If I were free.
Is that you, Fran? Oh, hello, Fran. I didn't know you'd come in.
I didn't know you were awake. I'm sorry if...
It's pretty late. Oh, not that I mind...
No? Well?
Fran, wait. I've just been looking at sailings. How about it, Fran? Let's get out of this.
Sam, please. Why are you always so anxious to go home? I'm sick of it.
I'm taking no more chances on another Arnold Israel. Now, I know this friendship for Kurt is harmless enough, but you might get fascinated.
You think I might? You really think I might? Well, I love Court, and Court loves me, and I'm going to marry him. I only decided it just now, this minute, since I found that you were listening at the door. The great Dodsworth, great prowling elephant.
Fran.
I'm sorry Court didn't stay to punch your head for spying on
I
us.
wasn't spying.
You've
I
never
didn't
known
hear
anything about
anything.
me, not what I had on, nor what I thought, nor the sacrifices
Look
I
out
made.
now.
I'll be happy with Court. I'm fighting for my life. You can't drag me back.
Fran!
You can't.
All right. Can you get your divorce here?
What?
Your divorce?
Oh, yes. I suppose so.
I wish you'd wait for a couple of months.
Why?
And I'd like you to feel absolutely sure about Kurt.
Well, that's my funeral now, isn't it?
Yes, I guess so. I'll have to get used to that idea if I can. I guess I can.
American Express office, Naples branch. Yes, senor. I will attend to it.
Hello. Any mail for Dodsworth?
Not a thing today, Mr. Dodsworth.
Well, I guess I'll have to wait a few days. Maybe I'll get a pleasant surprise. What have you got to offer in the line of excursions?
Well, we have a tourist party just starting for Herculaneum and Pompeii.
I've been there.
Oh. Well, there's a drive around Amalfi and Sorrento.
Been there, too.
Would you like Paestum, sir?
What's Paestum?
Greek temple, sir, in excellent preservation.
Well, that's more than I am. All right, I'll take a chance. Get me a car.
How many in the party, sir?
One.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Dodsworth,
Huh?
do you remember me?
Mrs. Courtright, well, isn't this great?
Sit down if you've got a moment.
Well, time is something I have nothing else but.
How's Mrs. Dodsworth?
She's fine, thanks. I haven't got her along with me this trip.
She doesn't like traveling?
Does anybody?
Well, I don't know. I suspect most people travel to get away from themselves.
Well, I've been at it 2 months now. I'm glad to hear why.
Alone?
Oh, I'm getting used to it now.
I don't want to intrude or be impertinent, but, well, I'm sorry.
Well, I guess it's a pretty ordinary story. My wife's younger than I am and livelier. I oughtn't to be undressing in public like this. I never did that before either.
Will you keep on traveling now?
Yes, I've got to stay over and be on hand for the divorce.
Where?
Berlin.
Ladies and gentlemen, during the next 30 minutes you will hear Bing Crosby, Frank Lovejoy, Agnes Moorehead, and Walter Huston as WNBC brings you transcribed a special Memorial Day edition of Anthology. Men and women have fought and died down through the long centuries. We begin with a poem of the birth of our country. Here is the distinguished American actress, Miss Agnes Moorehead, in a dramatic reading of The Landing of the Pilgrim Fathers.
The breaking waves dashed high on a stern and rock-bound coast, and the woods against a stormy sky their giant branches tossed. And the heavy night hung dark the hills and waters o'er, when a band of exiles moored their bark on a wild New England shore. Not as the conqueror comes, they, the true-hearted, came. Not with the roll of stirring drums and the trumpets that sing of fame. Not as the flying come, in silence and in fear. They shook the depths of the desert's gloom with their hymns of lofty cheer. Amidst the storm they sang, and the stars heard, and the sea, and the sounding aisles of the dim woods rang to the anthem of the free. The ocean eagle soared from his nest by the white waves' foam, and the rocking pines of the forest roared. This was their welcome home. There were men with hoary hair amidst that pilgrim band. Why had they come to wither there, away from their childhood's land? There was woman's fearless eye lit by her deep love's truth. There was manhood's brow serenely high and the fiery heart of youth. What sought they thus afar? Bright jewels of the mine, the wealth of sea, the spoils of war. They sought a faith pure shrine, I call it holy ground, the soil where first they trod. They left unstained what there they found, freedom to worship God.
In the 1700s, we fought and won our liberty. And then, within another century, America was to go to war not once, but twice again. And to our great shame, won a war between the states in which citizen fought citizen. In the North, in the South, divided loyalties, divided homes, names like Harper's Ferry, Shiloh, Bull Run, and in the White House, a tall, gaunt, unhappy man named Abraham Lincoln. The late Walter Huston brings us a poem of the Civil War, a poem of intense sadness written by Walt Whitman upon the assassination of President Lincoln. The special musical accompaniment was written by Victor Young. Walter Huston reads, "O Captain, My Captain."
Oh, Captain, my Captain, our fearful trip is done. The ship has weathered every wrack, the prize we sought is won. The port is near, the bells I hear, the people all exulting, while follow eyes the steady keel, the vessel grim and daring. But oh, heart, 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 oh, the bleeding drops of red, where on the deck my captain lies, fallen, cold, and dead. Oh, Captain, my Captain, rise up and hear the bells. Rise up, for you the flag is flung, for you the bugle trills, for you bouquets and ribboned wreaths, for you the shores are crowding, for you they call, the swaying mass, their eager faces turning. Here, Captain, dear father, the arm beneath your head. Is it some dream that on the deck you've fallen cold and dead? My captain does not answer. His lips are pale and still. My father does not feel my arm. He has no pulse nor will. The ship is anchored safe and sound, its voyage closed and done. From fearful trip the victor ship comes in with object won. Exult, O shores, and ring all bells. But I, with mournful tread, walk the deck my captain lies, fallen, cold, and dead.